A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Ace finally got the portrait of himself into the house, even though the surprise he had planned it would be for Jane didn't work out the way he intended it would. But Jane's worries as to where Mr. Ace has been going nights are over. The scene now is the living room after dinner. Jane peers out of the window into the night as Mr. Ace and Marge sit by.
Listen.
What?
Hush, dear, listen.
Listen to what, Jane?
Don't you hear that music?
Somebody's got a loud radio.
There's not a radio.
Sounds like Beethoven.
No, it's not a Beethoven.
Oh, it might be a Beethoven.
It is not. What's a Beethoven?
Where's it coming from?
That's just what I was thinking. Oh, you know what?
What?
Somebody new's moved next door again.
What?
I thought somebody was moving in there, but I've been so busy with poking, going down to the jail every day, I didn't know.
So you didn't have time to check up on your neighbor.
Now, listen, Jane, you know what our last next-door neighbor's got us into.
Hush, dear, listen.
Beautiful piano.
Somebody did move in. Look, there's a light.
I wish you'd see the light and stop taking up with
I
strangers.
do see the light. Come here, look.
Get away from that window, will you?
There's only one light in the whole house, right by the window. I can't see who's playing it, though.
Well, whoever it is plays a beautiful piano.
I can't see if it's beautiful or not.
Jane, please.
Hush, dear, listen to it.
I'm willing to listen to it. It sounds marvelous at this distance. Now, let's just keep it at this distance.
I thought there was something going on there all day, and I kind of looked over there once or twice, but I didn't see anybody.
Looks like somebody sneaked in without letting you know about it, Jane.
Well, I guess I'll have to get my cup and go on over.
Oh, no.
A cup?
She's not going over there to borrow sugar.
Dear, you'll have to do it when a new neighbor moves
Stop
in.
doing that and talk to her, will you, Marge? Stop that laughing and tell her that she can't do it.
Isn't he awful, Marge? You don't understand things like this, dear. Suppose we moved into a new neighborhood. Wouldn't you feel bad if nobody came over and wanted to borrow a cup of sugar from us?
No.
See, it's the same way with... No.
I said no. I wouldn't feel bad. I'd want to be left alone. I'd want to find out who my neighbors were first. At least I'd like to have a couple of days alone. These people just moved in, whoever they are.
See, even you're curious about them. You said whoever they are, you want to know. Well, the only way to find out is to borrow some sugar, and I'm going over.
Wait a minute, Jane.
Well, it's about time you told her. The first day those Greeleys moved in there, she was over there, and the trouble that got us into.
I think he's right, Jane. Let's give him a couple of days anyway. Let's just sit here and listen to that music. Oh, it stopped.
See, I'm going over and borrow a cup of sugar.
I'm not going to let you. That's final.
Oh, dear, you're spoiling the
Why
whole
don't
thing.
you wait till they want to get acquainted?
Yes, why not let them come over and borrow the sugar?
That's not the way, Marge. The one that moves in doesn't borrow. It's the one that's already there that...
Oh, I suppose that's the rules of the game.
Hush, there it is again.
Well, that's pretty, coming in the middle of that music.
Oh, well, just a minute.
Expecting someone over?
Not that I know of, but you know this house. You know how impossible it is to spend a quiet evening at home.
Well, it might get her mind off of next door.
I hope so. Hello, Jane.
Why, Neil.
Neil.
Well, this is a surprise. Weren't you expecting him, Marge?
How have you been, Janie?
Why, fine. Why, I haven't seen you in a doomsday. Well, come in.
Well, you're looking splendidly.
Well, thanks. Marge, it's Neil.
Just so I hear. Well, what brings you out here tonight?
Hello, Neil.
Well, Mr. Ace, how is it?
Pretty good.
You remember me, don't you?
A little sarcasm there.
Why, haven't you two been seeing much of each other?
Well, the last time I saw this gentleman was exactly 3 days ago, and I thought it was understood
You thought I wouldn't see you again till Sunday, right?
Well, you were going to be so busy.
And I am busy.
You certainly look it.
Well, take off your coat, Neil. Sit down.
Nope, I can't stay long.
We were just listening to a concert from next door.
Next door.
Yeah, some new people moved in today, and we didn't even know about it until we heard the piano. I was just going over to borrow a cup of sugar when you came in.
Borrow a cup of sugar. Get acquainted to me?
Yeah, that's her idea of getting acquainted.
It's a ritual Jane goes through whenever new neighbors move in. What do you mean you can't stay long? Where are you headed for?
I'm on duty for my paper out on the story.
Around here?
Yep.
What kind of a story?
Well, this ought to hand Jane a kick.
What?
It's about your new neighbor.
Next door?
Next door.
What have they done? Is it murder or...
Murder? Newspapers carry other news besides murder. You don't think there's a murder in the heart of a pianist that plays like that, do you? Listen.
Beautiful, isn't it?
But who are they? A famous pianist?
No, not a pianist, but he's famous. I guess the piano gets him into his mood.
Neil Williams, if you don't tell us this instant who it is,
I can't get over Jane wanting to go next door and borrow a cup of sugar. That would have been good.
See, dear, even Neil
Who
says
is that,
that.
Neil?
Well, you ever hear of Arthur Lorenz?
Arthur Lorenz.
What? Don't tell me you never heard of him.
Wait a minute, isn't he a movie something or other?
A movie actor?
No, not an actor, Jane. A movie director.
A movie director?
Catch her before she swoons, will you, Mars?
Is that who's living next door here?
That's the guy.
Well, why here? He's pretty far from Hollywood, isn't he?
He's here studying the typical American suburban town. Gonna make a movie about it. And our paper's tying up with him in a publicity stunt to shoot some of the pictures here and hold a contest to get some girl to play a principal part.
Going to pick a girl to act in the movie?
And I'm on my way over now to interview him and lay out the plan for the contest.
Oh, you're in charge of the whole stunt, I suppose.
Well, my paper looked around for the best man they could find, and there I was.
You mean he's going to take a girl that lives in this town and she's going to act in the movie?
That's about the size of it,
And
Jane.
you're going to be busy hunting this beautiful girl to play in it? Well, Marge, I'd look into that.
Marge understands. That's what I meant when I told you I'd be busy, Marge. The paper's leaving the whole thing to me. There's going to be a lot of girls entering this thing, and it's up to me to sort of weed out the bad ones.
Oh, it's up to you. Well, Mr. DeMille himself. I suppose Mr. Lorenz won't have anything to say about it.
Well, he's going to leave it mostly to me. He's more interested in shooting the picture and studying the town. He'll leave it to my judgment to pick the right girl.
Well, Neil, how have you been?
What? Oh, fine.
Well, I've certainly missed you, Neil. I was only saying tonight, I wonder where Neil is.
I didn't hear you.
I said it to myself.
Oh.
Well, it certainly is nice seeing you.
Well, thanks, Jane.
Yes, sir. Of all the fellows that Marge ever knew, I always said you were the best one.
Think I get it.
Thanks, Jane. You're kind of embarrassed.
I've always said it sure is nice to see you. You haven't been over for dinner for the longest time.
Thanks. I'll try to make it very soon.
All right. About this contest, Neil.
Oh, I... Oh, that was it. You had me fooled for a minute, Jane. If that's the sample of your acting, you ought to be able to please Mr. Lorenz. Well, I gotta be going. From the sound of that music, he's getting very impatient. Maybe I'll stop back when I'm through.
Maybe you'll stop back. If you don't bring him over here and introduce him to us, your name's Maud around here.
Now, Jane, don't
Oh,
start.
I don't think Mr. Lorenz will want to meet us.
Hey, that's an idea. It might be just the thing. He's studying the types around town. Sure, I'll ask him to stop
Oh,
over.
but Neil, we don't want to be put on exhibition.
No, it's nothing like that. He's really a regular guy. I met him this morning. None of that Hollywood foolishness about him. He knows his business. I'll bring him over.
I wonder what I'll wear.
What you'll wear?
Oh, Jane, don't go getting dolled up.
No, just be natural. He wants type, natural type, just as you are, Jane.
Oh, but my hair is such a sight.
It's all right, even if it is.
Oh, it's not as bad as that.
You just stay the way you are. I'll drag him over here. You're going to like him. He's a nice, quiet, foreign type.
Foreign?
Yeah, he's Viennese. Well-looking guy. 6-footer, ladies. Well, you wait for me, and I'm pretty sure I can arrange it. I'll see you pretty soon.
Oh, Neil, I don't think you ought to start
You're
drinking.
going to like him. Now, so long.
A movie director.
All right, now, take it easy. It has nothing to do with you.
Nothing to do with me. Did you hear what Neil said? Some girl in this town's going to be in the picture.
Oh, I suppose you think you're going to get into this contest, much less win it.
Well, isn't Neil in charge of it?
Oh, but Jane, he couldn't fix it. His paper wouldn't stand for it.
Whether he could or not, what's it got to do with Jane? She's not a movie actress.
How do you know what I am? It's just like my sister when she got married. Her husband kept saying she couldn't do anything.
And I suppose she could.
She had a beautiful voice. She sang like a nightingale. Everybody told
Like
her
a
so.
nightingale.
Everybody but her husband.
I see, and you think I'm keeping you from a movie career. Well, I don't think you've got a career.
Well, that's just you that thinks that.
And I hate to take sides again, but I don't think you're cut out for the movies.
Oh, you too, my best friend.
Yeah, now it looks like you're alone in your ideas of your career.
I don't care. I want to be alone.
You're beginning to sound like a movie actress. I want to be alone.
Well, I always said my sister hadn't gotten married.
Well, maybe you think I'm holding you back.
I was saying about my sister.
And you meant to compare it to us.
Oh, if the shoe pinches, wear it.
If the shoe pinches.
How often does a girl get a chance like this? Imagine a movie director right next door to us. You want me to sit here just toddling my thumbs.
Well, there's some something in that. Opportunity only knocks once.
Yes, only knocks once.
Yeah, that's nothing compared to the number of times the critics will knock.
It's the same way with that Martha Redding that lived down the block from us. Look what she did.
I don't know Martha Redding.
Look how good she did. She's no smarter than I am.
Yeah, just about.
And she got a chance to go to Hollywood when she won a contest, and she went out there, and it wasn't 3 months before she married a cameraman. And then she got divorced, and now she owns a beauty parlor in Seattle. Well, if she can do it, I guess I can. He brought him. There they are.
Why did he have to drag that man over?
Oh, well, you let him in, Marge.
Not me.
Well, I want to be sort of sitting here like this. You go ahead, dear.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't know why we can't be like
Oh, hurry, dear. Give me that book, Marge.
This is no time to read.
I'm just going to act like I'm reading. Is this all right?
Oh, perfect.
Well, how are you, Mr. Ace? You remember me.
Oh, hello, Neil.
Come in, Mr. Lorenz. Mr. Ace, this is Arthur Lorenz. You've heard of him, of course.
Sure. Come in.
I hope I don't intrude, Mr. Ace.
Not at all. This is a surprise having a celebrity like you so close.
Please, I prefer not being a celebrity.
Mr. Lorenz is a regular guy. Come in. Oh, this is Miss Hale, Mr. Lorenz.
Delighted, Miss Hale.
Good evening, Mr. Lorenz.
And this is Mrs. Ace. Mr. Lorenz, Jane.
Well, I was just reading this book. Oh, Neil, hello.
This is Mr. Lorenz, the movie director.
The movie director. Well, I'm pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Thank you.
Oh, won't you sit down?
Yes, do. We're sorry Neil dragged you away from your piano. We were just listening to you.
Oh, I hope I did not disturb you.
No, not at all.
Mr. Lorenz is in town to make a movie about suburban life. Gonna have a lot of publicity and hire a girl for the picture, too. It's gonna be colossal.
Mr. Williams is so, how shall I say it, dynamic.
Yes, isn't it?
Personally, I could never get used to your hustle and bustle.
Oh, Mr. Lorenz.
Yes.
When is the contest going to be?
I believe Mr. Williams has all the information.
Mrs. Ace was thinking that she might enter it.
Mrs. Ace, really?
Yeah, she thinks she has some hidden talent.
You can never tell. We might all be running around asking Jane for her autographed picture one of these days.
I'd like to have one of you, Mr. Lorenz.
Of me?
Yes, I started a book once, and I had all the pictures of my favorites pasted in it, and I'd certainly like to paste you.
Why yourself there, Jane?
And so Jane Ace enters on the career of a movie star. Some rather startling and amusing developments take place, as we shall learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, most school teachers have to get up around 7 in the morning. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, received a call last Thursday night from her principal, Osgood Conklin.
And as usual, Mr. Conklin had an extremely cheerful bulletin for me. I was to be in his office for a meeting on the following day at 7:30. Friday morning, therefore, found me sitting down to breakfast with my landlady at 6:30 a.m.
Oh, Connie.
Yes, Miss Davis.
Oh, isn't it terribly early to be up and around? I wondered if you're as sleepy as I am. Connie, I said I wonder if you're as sleepy as I am. Connie, wake up.
What's the matter? Who came in?
I didn't mean to upset you, dear. It's just that your head was slowly falling into your plate.
Oh, that would have made a nice headline. Teacher found face down and bowl of oatmeal.
How did you know that was oatmeal? I wanted to surprise you. That's why I covered it with cream and sugar. Why, I even sprayed a half bottle of sweet air on it so you couldn't tell by the smell.
Yum, yum, just the way I like it.
What's this meeting in Mr. Conklin's office about, Connie?
Well, as far as I could gather on the phone, Mr. Conklin found out that the mayor of our fair city is going to the opening of the Civic Symphony Orchestra season in the park today and will be driving past Madison with his entire entourage.
But what has that got to do with you?
Our beloved principal has decided that we ought to think up some stunts that might impress his honor. His suggestion was that students and faculty members all line up on the school steps.
Well, that isn't a very original plan, is it?
That's what I thought. I have a much more spectacular one.
What's yours, Connie?
Well, when the men should be found sitting on top of our 75-foot flagpole.
That does sound spectacular. But where would all the teachers and students be?
Where else? Shaking the pole.
The meeting is called to order. I will now call the roll of this committee. First, Miss Brooks. I said Miss Brooks. Wake up, sleepyhead. Miss Brooks! I'm taking the roll.
Well, go ahead. I've had breakfast. Here, sir. Wide awake and raring to go. Yes, sir.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and mark you present, Miss Brooks. Next, the chairman of our entertainment committee, Mr. Philip Boynton.
Oh, here, Mr. Conklin.
Next, the editor of our school paper, invited to this meeting through the insistence of his class president, Harriet Conklin. Walter Denton.
Present, almighty ruler of Madison's destiny, should you decree that I am to contribute my meager wisdom to this august body, you have but to say the word, and I shall make available my every resource. Tap the wellsprings of hither...
Oh, Briar! Now, to proceed with the business at hand.
You didn't call my name, Daddy. I'm here.
That goes without saying, my child. Now then, as you know, Mayor Duff and sundry other city officials will pass Madison High at approximately 2:30 this afternoon. Our problem is to show them that we at Madison are civic-minded and proud of their proximity. Any suggestions?
I have one. Why don't we have the gym team line up on the campus, and as the mayor drives past, they could start a series of flip-flops.
The gym team? No, it doesn't tweak me. Not arresting enough.
I could put on my bathing suit and do some handsprings with them.
Please, Miss Brooks. I want something that will make His Honor sit up and take notice.
You didn't let me finish, Mr. Conklin. After my last handspring, I'd hurl myself under his car.
Now we're getting somewhere. Anyone else have any lucid thoughts on the subject?
Well, I have the tiniest glimmer of a germ of an idea, Mr. Conklin.
Fine, Denton. Boil it down to a half hour and let's have it.
I don't think Mayor Duff will really appreciate anything we try to do if he's just driving by. What we should do is make him stop and get out of his car.
And how do you propose to accomplish this feat?
Easy. Roadblock. Then, when his car is stopped, we simply yank open his door, and then one of us can reach in and grab him by... I have another idea that might be better.
You've had your quota, Denton. Sit down.
I've got a super idea, Daddy. Why don't we all line up on the campus, and then when the mayor's car approaches, you and Miss Brooks can join hands and lead us in a monster square dance.
And to think that for lo, these 16 years I've showered naught but love upon you. Down, girl. As is my wont, I shall have to put forth the only feasible plan. I want the entire student body and faculty to assemble at 2:20 this afternoon under the flagpole. When the mayor's car draws nigh, our entire school band will step to the curb and strike up a stirring melody.
Oh, frankly, Mr. Conklin, I think Miss Brooks' idea to have a gymnastic exhibition is much more colorful than just having the band play.
Oh, you do. Well, this meeting is still governed by democratic procedure, Denton. We'll simply put it to a vote. All in favor of Miss Brooks' idea, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. All in favor of my idea, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
My idea is unanimously carried.
That was the closest election since Alf Landon.
Meeting's adjourned.
If you say so, Daddy.
Good day, sir.
Bye, Daddy.
Yeah, bye. Oh, before you go, Miss Brooks, I would like to remind you that Mayor Duff has quite a reputation as a music lover. And if our band is going to salute him, their musical instruments must be in perfect condition.
Yes, sir.
You will assign someone in your class to see that each instrument is cleaned and polished until it's gleaming. That's all, Miss Brooks. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. Come on, Walter.
Now, farewell, Mr. Conklin. And should you ever again be in need of an unbiased opinion from the editor of the Madison Monitor, please feel free to call.
Dismissed!
Well, let's see now. Who can I get to polish these instruments? Any volunteers in my immediate vicinity?
Well, I'd like to help you out, Miss Brooks, but frankly, I got a little history homework to do in my first class.
History homework? But your first class is English.
Yeah, I know, but when I sit behind Stretch Snodgrass with my English book propped up and the history notes underneath it, well, my English teacher would have to be a cock-eyed wonder to be able to tell whether I was, hey, you're my English teacher.
Yes, I am, more's the pity. If you give me an idea, Walter, Stretch Snodgrass could probably do a very good job on those instruments.
But isn't Stretch a little behind in his work?
Oh, I don't know. Just a few terms, maybe. He did a very good job of washing my windows last month. And even if he isn't a mental giant, at least he's industrious.
And even if he isn't industrious, at least he's adjacent. That's Stretch taking a drink at the water fountain.
Oh, good. I'll talk to him right now. You go on into class, Walter. You'll need a little time to set up your history notes.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Well, good morning, Stretch.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. You getting ready to smarten up while our little brains?
Sort of, Stretch. But you can have a little holiday from studying if you will do something else for me this morning.
Well, sure, Miss Brooks. What does this other job entail?
It entails cleaning up all the musical instruments so the school band will make a nice, shiny appearance this afternoon. Mr. Conklin wants the job done in a hurry.
Well, sure, Miss Brooks. I'd be happy to help out. I've been studying pretty hard lately anyway. My girlfriend, Susie Prentice, helped me with my homework last night. Boy, she's a whiz at English.
Yes, I know. She's the first person named Prentice I ever met who spelled her name with 3 S's.
Yeah, Susie's different, all right. She sure learned me plenty about our mother's tongue.
Well, that should come in very handy if you're going to open the delicatessens. But, Stretch, if you'll take the instruments down to the basement for a good cleaning, I'll pick them up during lunch hour.
You better not wait till lunch hour, Miss Brooks. You see, between 12 and 1, I got to take care of Mr. Fisher's pawn shop across the street so that he can go out and grab a bite. You better come down right after your first class.
All right, Stretch. But what's this about the pawn shop? I thought you worked in your father's pet store.
Oh, Dad and I had a little run-in. He said I wasn't worth the money he was giving me, and I said I was.
What was he giving you?
80 cents a week. Anyway, he said until I could prove I could earn some money someplace else, I was on prohibition.
Prohibition?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I better get those instruments now.
You do that, and thank you, Andrew Volstead.
Well, here they are, Miss Brooks, all cleaned up.
Oh, let's see. Stretch. These drum heads are all warped and split. And look at this slide trombone. Doesn't even slide. And these trumpets are all rusty.
Rusty?
Stretch, how did you clean these instruments?
Well, the same way I clean the windows, Miss Brooks. Soap and water.
Soap and water?
Sure. I just dumped all them instruments in this big tub and scrubbed like mad. Then I hung them over this electric heater till they was dry. Here, feel the saxophone, Miss Brooks. It's good and dry, ain't it?
Dry, yes, but good it ain't.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. 2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay before it starts. Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I didn't know quite how to break the news about the instruments to Mr. Conklin. For while he had been very fond of Shep Fields and his rippling rhythm, I wasn't quite sure how he'd react to Stretch Snodgrass and his soggy symphony. When lunch period arrived, I determined to share my dilemma with Mr. Boynton for two very good reasons. One, if we could just put our heads together for a few minutes, I felt the problem would be solved. And two, if we could just put our heads together, I didn't care whether the problem was solved or not. On my way to the biology lab, however, I was intercepted by Stretch's girlfriend, Susie Prentice, a cute little redhead with a baby face and a brain to match.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but if it isn't too discommoding, could I commune with you for a jiffy?
Well, how does that go again?
I'd like to commune with you. That's short for communicate. You know, have a little chat, or as the French say, tote-a-tote.
Tote-a-tote?
Isn't that the way they say in France?
Only in southern France. Tote-a-tote that barge, lift-a-lift that bale.
I need your advice about something. I'm in quite a predicament. It's about Stretch.
Stretch?
Yes, ma'am. When I first started to feel the way I felt about him when we first started dating, I thought it was just an infatuation.
An infatuation?
Yes, ma'am. But as the weeks went by, I was very surprised to see that he didn't begin to plawl on me.
To plawl on you?
Well, you see, I know that Stretch is a good athlete and all that, but it's mentally I'm worried about. Miss Brooks, what do you think of Stretch mentally?
Mentally, I think Stretch is a Lilliputian. Put another L in that word.
There's enough L's in Lilliputian now.
She did it.
You know, I'll never forget the first time we met. Do you believe in love at first sound?
At first sound? Don't you mean love at first sight, Susie?
We were in a dark room. A bunch of us were and honestly, the first time I heard Stretch's voice, it gave me goose pimples.
Susie, it gave me goose pimples.
Gosh, when did you play post office with Stretch?
I was just correcting you, Susie, and I'll be more helpful another time, dear. Right now, I've got my own problem to solve.
What's wrong, Miss Brooks?
I've got to get some new musical instruments by the time Mayor Duff drives by the school with his entourage.
Is that what Mayor Duff is driving by the school with?
At least.
Well, you don't have to worry about musical instruments, Miss Brooks. Stretch is working in Fisher's pawn shop across the street during lunch. I'm sure Mr. Fisher won't mind if we borrow a couple of the instruments he's got in there.
Say, that's not a bad idea, Susie. Will you ask him about it?
Well, sure. But why do we have to borrow the instruments? What become of the ones the school used to have?
Used to have?
We used to have some?
Well, we used to, but we aren't have them now, hardly. Now, you better hurry over and talk to Stretch about those instruments. I've got to see Mr. Boynton.
All right, Miss Brooks. Toodle.
Toodle. I'd like to join that girl. Seems like an awfully nice world she's living in. It's me, Mr. Boynton. Are you busy?
Oh, not a bit, Miss Brooks. Come on in. Why, I hope the ceremonies go well today. I'm quite fond of Mayor Duff, you know. I voted for him in the last election against Adrian Himmelstadt.
Me too. I didn't think Himmelstas was anything.
And Mr. Conklin's a great fan of the mayor's, too. In fact, he told me a little while ago he'd give anything if he could be riding in the mayor's car as they drove past the school.
I'd like to be in it, too. Then I wouldn't have to explain to Mr. Conklin about Stretch and the instruments.
Well, what happened to the instruments?
All I can tell you, Mr. Boynton, is that whatever you play on them, out comes I'm forever blowing bubbles. With real bubbles.
I don't understand.
Stretch washed them all in soap and water. They're useless. His girlfriend, Susie Prentice, said she was going over to the pawn shop and borrow some others, but I don't trust Susie's memory, especially when Stretch is around. We'd better go over there and check on those instruments. Mr. Conklin wants the band to make a big impression on the mayor.
Well, I can't quite follow this, Miss Brooks, but I'll be happy to help out in whatever way I can. First, though, I'd like to ask you something, Miss Brooks.
Yes. I mean... What is it?
Do you think it'd be all right if I played with the band this afternoon?
You? But, Mr. Boynton, we may not have enough instruments to go around as it is.
Oh, I have my own instrument. It's right here in the desk. See? A ukulele.
Well, Joe, college.
I used to play it quite a bit back in college.
You did?
There was one song I was particularly fond of. Oh, let's see. How did that go again? Oh, I know. Somebody loves me. I wonder who. I wonder who it can... If you go for kissing, cutie, you could be my sweet patootie.
Mr. Boynton. Did that come out of you?
Well, sure. Somebody loves me. I wish I knew who it can be. Worries. If I had a girl to squeeze, I would burn my BVDs. For every girl who passes by, I shout, hey, maybe. Oh, come on, Miss Brooks, join in.
Okay. You were meant to be my love, and we would make a lovely pair. I'm so round and you're so square.
Somebody loves me. I wonder who. Maybe it's...
No more pencils, no more books.
Pretty soon, no more Miss Brooks. What is the meaning of this scandalous conduct?
Well, Mr. Conklin, we were just...
Silence. Miss Brooks, to you was entrusted the task of presenting our school orchestra at its best, to impress upon the mayor the seriousness of purpose of Madison's musical aggregation. And what do I find? A jam session in the biology lab.
It's my fault, Mr. Conklin. I was
You should be ashamed of yourself, Boynton. A grown man fiddling with this cheese box.
A ukulele is a musical instrument, sir.
It's a cheese box. And what have you to say for yourself, Miss Brooks?
Pass the crackers. Just leaving, Mr. Conklin.
Perhaps you'd better.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Musical instrument indeed. Boom, 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 boom. R. I said R-A. R-A-P-G. R-A-G-G-M-O-P-P. Ragmop. Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you? Oh, it's you, Susie.
Hi, Stretch. Gee, you sound just like a regular salesman.
real sophisticated.
Well, thanks, Susie. Of course, it's kind of tough to be sophisticated in this place, surrounded by nothing but secondhand junk.
Oh, it ain't all junk. Those musical instruments in the window look brand new. And that reminds me, Stretch, I told Miss Brooks that we try to borrow them for the school orchestra this afternoon.
We couldn't use those instruments. They were hocked by Daffy Delaney.
Daffy Delaney?
The band leader. He had kind of a Spike Jones orchestra, only louder. That's why they went broke. The music was too noisy.
Well, what's the way they played got to do with that?
Don't you see? Those are all trick instruments. When you press certain keys on them, all kinds of screwy noises come out.
Gosh, well, that wouldn't be any good for the mayor. He likes symphonic music. What's he going to do now?
Gee, I don't know. Wait a minute. Maybe we could borrow some instruments from Hurley's music store around the corner.
It wouldn't hurt to ask.
Come on. Mr. Fisher will be back from lunch any minute. It won't do no harm to let the store alone for a few seconds. We can go out the back way. It's quicker through the alley.
Well, if you think it's all right to leave the store, Stretch.
Oh, Stretch. Stretch Snodgrass. That's funny. The place is empty. I wonder where Stretch is.
He probably took some instruments down to the laundromat. Well, we can't wait for him, Mr. Boynton. We'll just take whatever instruments we find in the window. I'll tell Mr. Fisher about it later.
Oh, he's only got about 5 or 6 instruments here.
Yes, but one of them's a tuba, and there's a trombone and a trumpet. You'd be surprised what a good brass section can do. Come on, Mr. Boynton. We're going to serenade the mayor like he's never been serenaded before.
Well, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I see you've got the students all lined up.
Yes, Mr. Conklin.
According to the schedule, the mayor's car should be only 3 or 4 blocks away. Gad, how I wish I could be riding in it. Great man, Mayor Duffy.
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Conklin.
Yes. I'm going to get the band together and lead them right up here to the curb. Get everyone quiet, Mr. Boynton.
Yes, sir. Now, quiet down, boys and girls. Quiet.
Gee, I've been looking all over for you, Miss Brooks. I tried to borrow some instruments from Hurley's music store, but he wouldn't give them to me without no deposit. Susie's still over there arguing with him.
Well, she doesn't have to bother, Stretch. Mr. Boynton and I took all the instruments we need out of Mr. Fisher's window.
What? But those are trick instruments. They were hocked by Daffy Delaney.
Stretch, you mean those instruments can't be played?
Well, they can be played all right, but I don't guarantee what'll come out, especially the tuba. When you press the middle valve down, a charge of explosive goes off inside the horn.
Oh, no. I've got to get to that band before Mr. Conklin...
All right, places, everybody. Step back, trumpet. You, trombone, get a little closer.
Mr. Conklin, I've got to talk to you right away, sir. It's about... What are you doing with that tuba?
I'm going to play it, Miss Brooks.
Oh, but, sir, you can't.
Oh, I can't,
No.
can't I? Well, for your information, Miss Brooks, I have been playing the tuba since you were in your early 20s.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I have.
Well, play it in good health.
Here comes the mayor's car, Daddy.
Oh, thank you, dear, thank you. Now, remember, orchestra, on the last 4 bars, you all drop out for my solo. Oh, Your Honor, wait a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, look, the cars are slowing down.
Ready, everyone? Remember now, play softly and with great dignity. A 1, a 2.
Better take your solo.
Yes, all right, Harriet.
Your daddy got his wish, Harriet. He's now riding in the mayor's car.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful,
Luster Cream Girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Duman's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, the explosion during Mr. Conklin's solo was nothing compared to the one after the mayor had passed by. The 3 of us, Mr. Conklin, myself, and the tuba, had just entered his office.
I hold you completely responsible for this disgraceful exhibition, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Conklin, honestly...
The culprit who set off that giant firecracker when I began to play the tuba must be apprehended and punished.
But, sir, there was no culprit. You did it yourself.
Oh, I did. And how, may I ask, did I accomplish this miracle? By pressing this little valve here?
No, sir, not that one.
Then was it this one here?
No, sir, not that one.
Oh, then it must have been this one.
Yes, sir, that's the one.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, progressible hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Joe Quillen, and Lester White.
For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Moisturize, the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different Moisturize Rolly 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new Moisturize Rolly 903. Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith.
Say something about Earl Wilson, will you?
And yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn Mayer's
popular comedian and the star of the Rollie Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red. Say, how come we don't have any jokes on our opening tonight?
Well, because there's a great guy called Burl Ives who's going to the hospital, and we hear that he's pretty sick. And our mean little kid, Junior, happens to be one of his biggest fans, so he wants to sing a song for Burl.
Okay. Junior will now sing one of Burl Ives' most famous numbers, The Fox, and dedicated to Burl Ives.
Thank you very much. And Barney Kissel is going to play the instrument for me. Fox went out on a chilly night, prayed for the moon for to give him light, but many a mile to go that night before he reached the town, oh, the town, oh, the town, oh, but many a mile to go that night before he reached the town, oh. He went till he came to a great big pen where the ducks and the geese were kept therein. Couple you gonna grease my chin before I leave this town, oh, town, oh, town, oh. Couple of you gonna grease my chin before I leave this town, oh. He grabbed a gray goose by the neck, threw the duck across his back. He didn't mind the quack, 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 or the legs all dangling down, oh, down, oh. He didn't mind the quack, 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 or the legs all dangling down, oh. Then old Mother Flipper Flopper jumped out of bed. Out of the window she cocked her head, crying, John, John, the gray goose is gone and the fox is on the town, oh, the town, oh, the town, oh. Crying, John, John, the gray goose is gone and the fox is on the town, oh. Then John, he went to the top of the hill, blew his horn both loud and shrill. Fox, he said, but if free with my killer, I'll soon be on my trail, oh, trail, oh, trail, oh. Fox, he said, but if free with my killer, I'll soon be on my trail, oh. He ran till he came to his cozy den, and there were the widow ones, 8, 9, 10. And they said, Daddy, you better go back again, 'cause it must be a mighty fine town, oh, town, oh, town, oh. And they said, Daddy, you better go back again, 'cause it must be a mighty fine town, oh. And then the fox and his wife went out in his strife, cut up the goose with a fork and knife, and then the hatch had supper in the life, and the widow went stewed on the bones, oh, the bones, oh, the bones, oh. And then the hatch had supper in the life, and the widow went stewed on the bones, oh. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, as you remember, I tried to point out that listening to a few minutes of commercial was a mighty small admission for some of the greatest entertainment in the world. And believe me, I held my breath when I said it. But tonight, I want to express my appreciation for the thousands of letters I've received, and for your thoughtfulness in taking what I said to heart. Thanks to such magazines as Tide, Billboard, Broadcasting, Radio Life, and Variety. Papers like The Times, Daily News, Herald Express, Examiner, Hollywood Citizen News, and hundreds of others across the country. It was really gratifying to get such a tremendous response. I also gave away the secret of 903 that night. I told you that 903 stood for Raleigh's new, great moisturized blend. And friends, thousands of cigarette dealers all over the United States told me how you immediately came in and bought Raleigh's, how much you liked them, how much you agreed that the good things I said about the new moisturized Raleigh were true. And it was a mighty big compliment. We are happy that you've tried them and found them to your liking. Friends, the new Raleigh is a wonderful cigarette. I personally feel Raleigh's will soon be the leading cigarette in the United States. This new moisturizing process is the greatest forward step in cigarette manufacturing in the last 25 years. Thanks for listening. And now, to get off my cigarette box, let Anita Ellis step up and sing, I Close My Eyes.
I'll close my eyes to everyone but you, and when I do, I'll see you standing there. I'll lock my heart to any other caress. I'll never say yes to a new love affair. I'll close my eyes to everything that's gay. If you're not there to share each lovely day, and through the years, those moments when we're apart, I'll close my eyes and see you with my heart. I'll close my eyes to everything that's gay. If you're not there to share each lovely day, and through the years, those moments when we're apart, I'll close my eyes and see you with my
Thank you very much, Anita. Tonight, the stories and poems from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire are about dancing.
A sheepherder's daughter out west danced with a cattleman's son in jest. And the big burly feller who said her partner was yeller got extra buttonholes shot in his vest. Chapter 1 is Open the West for Dancing.
Well, here we are back in town, wonderful. What you playing?
Well, I'm heading home, but I sure dread it.
Yeah?
My wife will grab me and kiss me.
What's wrong with that?
Kissing that woman is like having a pie thrown right smack dab in your face.
I thought maybe she was going to kiss you by remote control, kiss a ball bat, and then pass it on to yours.
Now, what are you going to do tonight, Deadeye?
Women. Trouble. Women. Yes, I'm going over to the Red Devil Saloon and watch them dancing girls. I sure like dancing.
You used to say dancing was for sissies.
That was before my bubble gum lost its snap. I came from a dancing family. You know, my father loved dancing.
Did he used to do the square dance?
Oh, he was too crooked for that one. He couldn't do anything on the square. He died dancing, though. I'll never forget his last words. Son, he said, I'm at the end of my rope. He says the jig is up, and I took my knife and cut him down.
Well, I see by that banner over there that the Better Business League is giving a dance tonight.
Oh.
They've got instructors over there to teach you the new waltz.
Well, I think I'll go in and see what they can learn me. See you later.
Okay.
Howdy, ma'am.
What is this, trick or treat?
I just dropped in to pick up the newest jig.
Do you know anything at all about dancing?
It's done with girls, ain't it?
That's the latest fad.
Yeah, I used to have a gal was one of them ballet dancers. She could really bounce around that stage.
Light on her feet?
No, she always lit on her head. I love that gal,
Why
though.
didn't you marry her?
She was kind of stupid. She wore one of them ballet dresses that was 4 inches above her knees.
All ballet dancers wear dresses 4 inches above their knees.
Yeah, but her knees was only 3 inches above her ankles.
If you're going to dance, first thing you'll have to do is unload that artillery.
Okay, ma'am. How about the one under my arm? Now, ma'am, what dance do you think would be most advisable to learn for tonight?
Well, tonight the waltz will be featured.
Oh.
I'll teach you the basic fundamentals.
Well.
Now, in the waltz, as in all dancing, the gentleman leads.
I lead?
Yes.
Okay, what's wild?
Part away. Now, you place your right arm gently around the lady's waist.
Yeah.
And you hold her right hand gently in your left hand.
Yeah.
Now, do you know what you do next?
Yeah. Feel to see if my wallet's still there.
Now, I'll start the Victrola.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
You just glide. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
How am I doing, ma'am?
You do a lot of roller skating, don't you?
I could do better, but this floor's a little lumpy.
Those lumps on the floor are my feet.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Am I stepping on your feet?
If you aren't, I wish you'd stop trying to put your feet in my shoes.
I think I got it now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Have you had lessons? Or does the turkey trot just come to you naturally?
Oh, I think my red flannels are sneaking up on me.
Oh, the record broke.
Good. For a minute, I thought my ear had a crack in it. Never mind putting on another record, ma'am. I think I'll be dancing tonight over at the Red Devil Saloon.
Oh, but we need men like you at the dance as a shining example to those who didn't believe in refined social evenings.
Yeah?
And we're trying to raise enough money for a dance pavilion. We'll have a gay crowd, and to make it a success, we'll need 2 men for every girl.
Well, that must be awful clumsy dancing that way.
If you do decide to come back to our dance, I'll save my first one for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why do you stand there looking at me like that?
I find it difficult to tear myself away.
Really?
Yeah, my spurs caught in the hem of your dress. Well, sir, there are not many people here at the Red Devil tonight, are they, huh?
Nope, they're all over there at that big dance.
Yes, sir, it's kind of dead in here for Saturday night.
Yeah, mighty dead. I see the boss's partner's playing a game of solitaire.
I knew one of these days he'd catch himself cheating. Mighty dead in here tonight. It's getting better. Well, look who's coming across the street. My old bull-legged gal, Clementine.
She ain't so bull-legged.
No, then how come she can walk on both sides of the street at once?
Do you mind if I horn in?
Howdy, gal.
Deadeye, why don't you take me to the dance?
It's an exclusive affair. They only allow human beings there tonight.
Oh, come on, let's go to the dance. Don't you like the terpsichore?
The terpsichore? Is that in here? Well, I guess the word's okay. The censors left it in.
I really think you ought to go to the dance, Deadeye.
What?
See, Two-Gun is mad because the dance hurt the Saturday night business.
Yeah?
So his henchmen are going to break it up.
Well, he is, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do as soon as I find it. Oh, here he is. He can't do that. The citizens aim to bring refined dancing to the West, and I'm aiming to help them, even if I have to aim. Well, there's a brilliant speech, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, boys. You got your orders.
Are you there, Two-Gun? Here to start trouble?
Yeah. You on my side?
No, but I'll be on your neck the first wrong move you make.
Oh, Deadeye, I'm so glad you came.
Yeah.
I saved the first dance like I said.
I'll take it, miss.
Put that knife away, Two-Gun. There's no cutting in at this dance.
I don't want to have any trouble with you, did I?
Look, wise guy, the last guy I hit was arrested for flying without a license.
I said I'd take the first dance, miss. Besides, a little prairie chicken like you don't want to dance with no criminal.
Me, a criminal? Why, you big crook. You're wanted in more towns than sugar. Now, Get yourself out of here.
I'm taking this dance.
Before you take your hand off of my shoulder, as a friendly little tip, you better feel that muscle in my arm. Did you feel my muscle?
Yeah.
Could you tell me how you did it? I never could find it. Shall we dance, gal?
You take one step toward that floor.
Take your hand off of that gun. There's ladies present.
Maybe the ladies would like to leave.
They left before I asked them. I'd like a couple of words with you two guys. I hope I made myself clear. Ladies, the dancing will now continue.
Thank you, Deadeye.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll have the dance that you promised me. Music, Sagebrush. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
Careful, Deadeye. Don't you think we should remove the bodies off the dance floor?
Yeah, and until the West gets accustomed to party dancing, we'd better build that pavilion with slanting dance floors so that the bodies can just roll to one side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our second commercial, a word from our sponsors. Thanks for buying Raleigh's 903 cigarettes. That's all. And now David Forrester and his Raleigh Cigarette Orchestra will play one of Jerome Kern's favorites, Smoke Gets in Your Eye.
Chapter 2, A Dime a Dance. Willie Lump Lump at a dime a dance tried a new step in very tight pants. On the slick floor he tripped, there was a very long rip. He left the floor in a very stiff stance.
Going on in now, come on, boys. Pretty girls, beautiful dancing partners. New York's finest, 10 cents a dance. Shut up.
Hey, I want to dance with a girl that looks like Hedy Lamarr. Earl Wilson's column I read, they got girls that look like Hedy Lamarr. You got any girls look like Hedy Lamarr, eh?
Well, look, we had them that looked like Lana Turner, Betty Grable, and Jane Russell.
No Hedy Lamarrs, eh? Well, there must be another dance hall around here someplace. You know, you wouldn't know it, but to look at me, I won a dancing cup for loving once. You know?
Say, friend, you mean a loving cup for dancing, don't you?
Dancing cup. This is when the bunny hug was popular.
All right, please, if you don't mind, move on. It's a peaceful night. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah, it is a peaceful night, though, huh? Look at them stars in the sky. Look, there's a falling comet. Look.
That's an airplane.
It's a falling comet. Better call the airport and tell them a comet's going to land there.
Why don't you go home, huh?
If I could find my way home, I wouldn't be here. Besides, why go home, anyhow?
Why, do you know at this very moment some burglar might be breaking into your home and your wife is all alone? Doesn't that worry you?
Yeah, but it's too late to warn them now. I got a few bucks and I'm going to dance.
I don't think they'll let you in.
Oh, yes, they will. I got perseverance. The other night I followed a girl home and I said to her, and I quote, she wouldn't let me in. I said, you open up that door, I'll kick it in.
What happened? What happened?
The case comes up Thursday. I think I'm going to dance a few hot dances, huh?
Well, you can try it.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
ahead.
You want to come with me? I'll treat you to a dance.
No, thanks, no. You see, my wife don't like me dancing with other men.
Yeah.
That's all you...
Hey, where are you going?
Get your hands off of me. We better stall a little. The music's not going to come in right. The leader is lost.
Now, look, fella, I don't like your face.
Well, then we got something in common, ain't we? I knew you'd get lost in that wood someday. I just came in to dance, George.
Have you got a dime?
Yeah, I got $30 worth of them. I just hit a slot machine.
Well, you were lucky.
Yeah, I sure was. Good thing that axe was there, you know.
You mean you cheated?
No, I put a nickel in for it.
You can come back some other time and dance.
No, I can't either. My wife only lets me out on Wednesday.
This is Tuesday.
I'm AWOL. This morning she forgot to put the manhole cover on tight. Hey, where are the beautiful girls, huh?
Standing inside there.
Yeah, well, let's go in. Take a gander at them, huh?
Okay, but I'm warning you that first wrong move, out you go.
Now, look, I'm a gentleman, I am. Look, you got nice-looking women. Oh, you're a nice class of people. Look, there's Bill Bendix. Hey, pardon me, Mr. Bendix, can I have your autograph?
I'll give you poison, wise guy.
I'm sorry. I thought you was Bill Bendix. Didn't know it was his father.
I warn you, Bob. Don't go insulting our hostesses. She happens to be a debutante. She just came out last year.
What from, a gopher hole?
If you have a license to carry that face, you know it's a concealed weapon if I ever saw one.
Well, here comes a nice girl, one of our most popular hostesses.
Say, she is different, ain't she? Huh? I like the way her arms touches the floor when she walks.
Howdy, Butch. Hey, who's the guy with the rocket head?
My name's Willie Lump Lump.
Have you tried penicillin? All right, do you want to dance?
Well, you think it would be an even match? What are you weighing in at, huh?
Oh, a wise guy. Well, what's wrong with me?
Nothing at all. You're like Hetty Lamar, Betty Grable, Lana Turner, Rita Romai, all rolled into one.
Oh, am I that beautiful?
That big.
Well, buy your dance ticket confused before I get a little benzene and remove you.
Okay, here's my dime.
Well, here's your ticket.
Okay, let's dance, huh? Look.
That's all.
What was the ticket for, Speedy?
Another dime, please.
Is that all I did? I didn't even get a chance to breathe. I blinked and I missed the whole affair. I want to dance.
Look, if you want the next dance, it'll cost you another 10 cents.
Well, look, here's $1. Let's move her feet this time, huh?
You want to pay me now for the next dance?
You mean it's all over? Songs don't stay popular very long.
What do you expect for a dime? A symphony?
Look, I don't want no sympathy, no. I came in here to dance a regular dance. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to dance. Who makes the arrangements? Reader's Digest? I didn't even get a chance to flex my knees.
Are you looking for trouble?
No, but if I'd known the dances were that short, I wouldn't have taken off my goulashes.
Say, look, synthetic brain, you got your money's worth. Let's sit down. I'm tired.
I don't want to sit down. I want to dance. This joint's a chip joint.
Not so loud. The manager will hear.
Yeah, who's the manager?
That 6'2" guy over there with the muscles.
I don't care if he's 8 foot 15 inches tall. I repeat, this is a chip joint.
I warned you. Out you go.
Here, let go of my collar, will you? Here, somebody open that door, John. Open the door. Open the door. Let's go.
Hey! Be careful where you're falling, will you?
The way I come out, I didn't have much choice.
See that you stay out of here, Bob.
Look, let's be fair about this. We'll flip a coin. Heads I stay and tails I get my money back.
Okay, you got a coin?
Sure, in my pocket here.
Then I'll flip it.
You might at least wait till I got it out of my pocket.
Remember, we'll all be back to the next week at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Alice, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh 903. Night.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Donald Williams invites you other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny without Linkletter next Friday night and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Met.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. All right, Costello.
Like I've never lost.
Wait a minute. What's the idea of coming in here singing?
I'm going to sing on a program tonight.
What do you know about music? You wouldn't know a bass from a soprano.
Is that so? You wouldn't see me sliding in a second soprano, would you? And besides, my new girl wants me to sing on the program.
You've got a new girl?
Yes, every night she knocks on my door, throws her arms around me, hugs and kisses me, and calls me Gregory Peck.
She calls you Gregory Peck?
Gregory Peck.
Why didn't you tell her you're not Gregory Peck?
Silly boy.
What does this girl do, Lou?
She's a striptease dancer at the burlesque show. I wait for her every night outside the stage door.
Does she meet you?
No, but she waves to me from the patrol wagon as it goes by.
Sense. I used to chase girls like you, and I never got anywhere. And one day I decided life wasn't worth living. I tried to shoot myself, and somebody stopped me. I tried to hang myself, and somebody stopped me.
Too bad.
I tried to drown myself, and somebody stopped me.
Some people never know when to mind their own business.
Well, all I have to say to you, Costello, is adios.
Adios?
Yes, that's goodbye in Spanish.
Well, Los Angeles traffic.
Los Angeles traffic?
That's goodbye in any language.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Hollering about this time?
I've been chosen a man of distinction by the Boy Scouts of America. And my picture is going to be in all the magazines.
What picture?
There it is. It's a picture of me leaning up against my scoutmaster, drinking a glass of buttermilk.
You must be pretty popular with your Boy Scout troop.
Yes, sir. I'm the only Boy Scout in California that's got a hot rod.
Yeah, you don't even know what a hot rod is.
Oh, yes, I do. A hot rod is a jalopy that smokes Mexican cigarettes.
You idiot. You running around with a bunch of kids at your age? There must be something wrong with you. What's the matter with you anyway?
Can't figure it out, Abbott. I sleep good at night. I sleep good in the morning. But during the day, I just seem to twist and turn.
No wonder nobody will associate with you. You haven't got a friend in the world.
How can you say that? I'm the most popular guy in my hometown. Every one of the 300,000 people in Patterson, New Jersey love me.
Wait a minute, Costello. 300,000. Patterson only has 140,000 people.
When were you there last?
2 years ago.
Well, people have children, you know.
You please talk sense. What's that roll of paper you've got in your pocket?
That's my Christmas shopping list, and you're right on the top.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. What are you going to get me, Lou?
I'm going to get you a handful of nickels and dimes and put them in your mouth.
What do you want to give me a handful of nickels and dimes to put in my mouth?
I'd like to hear some change in your conversation.
Never mind. Who else is on your list?
Well, there's my Uncle Mike. I don't know what to get him. Last year I got him a smoking jacket.
Did he like it?
Oh, sure. Christmas morning he stuffed it into his pipe.
Didn't it burn?
Yeah, but not as good as tobacco. I think I'll get my Aunt May one of those old man river girdles.
What's an old man river girdle?
It helps you tote that barge and lift that bale. I'll either get that or I'll get a book, a volume by O. Henry.
Oh, a volume?
Yeah.
Oh, Henry only wrote short stories.
How much can you write on a wrapper off a candy bar?
What is Uncle Mike going to get Aunt May, Lou?
I don't know. Last year he gave her a fur piece. He shot it under the house. Had a white stripe down its back.
That was a skunk.
Huh?
That was a skunk. Why'd Uncle Mike shoot it?
After he shot it, he asked himself the same question.
Well, now, wait a minute now. After all, skunk is pretty expensive. If your Uncle Mike had to buy it, he would have had to sell his house to pay for it.
After he shot it, he had to sell the house anyway.
My wife wants a mink coat for Christmas, but mink skins cost $40 apiece.
Why don't you just buy her one skin and a sock stretcher?
Costello, that's ridiculous. My wife is one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood. Every time I look at her, she reminds me of Jane Russell.
Me too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What makes her remind you of Jane Russell?
She's got legs like Bob Waterfield.
My wife puts on an evening gown. She looks like she was poured in it.
You're right, Abbott. She looks like she was poured in it and forgot to say when.
Is that so? My wife was a picture star a few years ago, you know. Her last picture was the Great Forest Fire. She was the siren.
I saw that picture. She nearly fell off the truck 3 times.
Costello, my wife is one of the most popular girls in this town. Why, I only want her on account of my great romantic ability.
You've got romantic ability?
Certainly. When I put my arms around a girl and kiss her, her eyes close and she faints dead away.
Yeah, but I used to be able to do the same thing, only lately Garlic doesn't agree with me.
Tell me, Costello, how's your romance coming with that rich girl from Pasadena?
She wasn't serious, Abbott. I found out it was nothing but puppy love on her part.
When did she break the engagement?
When she found out I wasn't a puppy.
You should have hung on to her, Costello. Her family were very wealthy. Their home has 20 bathrooms.
Their home has 20 bathrooms?
That's right.
No wonder they call them the filthy rich. You know, she was a nice girl, Abbott, but there was only one thing wrong with her. She had $1 million smile.
Well, what's wrong with that?
She'd only smile at guys that had $1 million.
Well, now that you've broken off with her, why don't you make a play for my younger sister, Babe?
Your sister, Babe? Mm-hmm. Don't tell me she's out here in California now.
Sure, she's always wanted to come out here to the West where men are men and women are women.
Yes, out here in the West where men are men and women are women. And now your sister, Babe, has to come out here and confuse the whole thing.
Costello, my sister Babe may be fat, but remember, she's a slick chick.
She's slick, all right. The last time I had a date with her, I'd been over to kiss her goodnight and her hair slid off.
Are you trying to insinuate that my sister Babe is bald?
I wouldn't say that, Abbott. She's got one of those new, sunny, tough hairdos.
Sunny, tough hairdos?
Yeah, it's sunny down the middle and there's a tough on each side.
Costello.
Now it's Abbott's nephew, folks. Now what do you want, Norman?
Well, I'm on the committee for the Rose Bowl parade, and we want you to ride on one of those big rose-covered floats on New Year's Day.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, but I've got to tell you something. There's one restriction. You can't tell any of the jokes you tell on the radio while you're riding on the float.
And why not?
We want the people to smell the roses.
That did it. I can't stand this any longer. Every week the same thing.
Oh, now wait a minute,
and
Costello.
he gets money for it.
What are you going to do?
Huh?
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Norman, this studio isn't big enough for the two of us. Now, here, you take this gun and I'll take this gun. And we'll shoot at each other until one of us is dead.
Okay. You want to bet a quarter I win?
Bet a quarter? What for?
I just thought you might want to make it exciting.
Look, why don't you go over to the Raleigh cigarette program and have your head moisturized? Wait a minute. Now, get out of here. Hey, Adam, why don't you get that guy a job and keep him out of here?
He just comes in here for laughs. He's got a job. He's a salesman.
Are you kidding? That guy couldn't sell anything.
Right now, he's working in the drugstore, and they're having a 1-cent sale.
What's he selling?
Pennies.
Pennies? Cucamonga, 32. Pomona, 31. San Fernando above 32. Riverside, 28.
Wait a minute, Costello. What are you doing?
Figured as long as I ain't getting any laughs, I just might as well read the frost warnings.
That's no attitude to take. After all, Costello, this is Christmas time. Don't you feel the spirit of Christmas?
Yes, I guess you're right, Abbott. I feel like helping everybody. I've got nothing but good in my heart. See that old man over there? The one with the beard and the patches on his pants.
Yeah.
I'll show you I got the spirit of Christmas. I'm going over there and help that old man out.
That's the spirit, Costello.
Hiya, buddy. Could I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I don't want to be forward, and this being Christmas, you know, I'm Lou Costello, the actor. I thought that maybe you'd, sort of, well...
Well, here's a dime. Get lost.
Santa Paula, 32. Ventura, 29. and 30.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Hey.
I called you last night, Viola, and you weren't home.
No, I was over at Costello's house practicing love scenes with him.
You were practicing love scenes with Costello?
Uh-huh.
He's so short he doesn't even come up to your shoulders. How can he make love to you?
Well, I stand him on a box, put my arms around him tight, kick the box out from under him, and I've got him trapped.
Oh, high, 29, tipped in above 32. La Holla, 31. Well, I'll leave you two. Cheerio, so long, Pip Pip and Hetty Lamar.
Pip Pip and Hetty Lamar?
Yeah, that's 3 pips.
Hey, where are you going, Costello?
I gotta go home now and take care of my brother Pat. You know, he's in that awkward age, you know.
Awkward age?
Yeah, he's too young to leave home alone and too old to trust but babysitters.
Why waste your time with your brother Pat? Why don't you take Viola to the movies?
Oh, no. I'm not going to go to the movies with Costello after what happened the last time.
What happened?
Viola and I were holding hands, but we had to let go because we were tripping too many people.
You were tripping people?
Yeah, she was sitting across the aisle from me.
Now do you see why I won't go to the movies with him?
You don't have to go with me, Viola. I can get plenty of girls. Only tonight coming down here, Ann Sheridan says, "Hiya, Lou."
When did you ever meet Ann Sheridan?
I've seen her so many times on a screen, she thinks she knows me.
Are you kidding? You don't know anybody in pictures.
I don't, Here comes Alan Ladd. I'll show you who my pals are. Hi, Alan.
Hiya, Mac. Mac? Mac? I thought he was your pal.
He's a little...
Why did he call you Mac?
He's a little nearsighted. He thought I was Fred McMurray.
Well, so long, Costello. And remember... If you want to, you can come over to my house tonight.
Oh,
yeah?
Costello, that was nice of Viola to invite you over for dinner.
Yes, but I ain't going to go to her house anymore for dinner. She's too wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy?
Yes, every time we get through with dinner, she always says, "I wishy you'd washy the dishes."
Get her out of here!
I hate to break it up, man, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's our new singer, Hal Winters. Let's give Hal a nice big hand.
Nice big hand for Hal Winters.
Day in, day out, the same old hoodoo follows me about. The same old pounding in my heart whenever I think of you. And darling, I think of you day in and day out. Day out, day in. I needn't tell you how my day begins. When I awaken with a tingle. One possibility in view, that possibility of maybe seeing you. Come rain, come shine, I meet you and to me the day is fine. Then I speak your name and that pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. Can't you see it's love? Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day out. Then I speak your name, and that pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. Can't you see it's love? Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day out.
Costello, put down that water pitcher. Put down that water pitcher. What are you doing?
I put it down.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm drinking water. Doctor told me to drink water an hour before I eat, and I don't like it.
Why not?
I've been drinking for 20 minutes. If I take another swallow, I'll bust.
What doctor did you go to?
My cousin, he's a doctor. Dr. Vincent Varello.
Is he a good doctor?
Good. He's the greatest doctor in Cucamonga, the most skillful doctor in Cucamonga. There's no better doctor in Cucamonga.
What makes you so sure?
He's the only doctor in Cucamonga.
I mean, why do you go all the way to Cucamonga? There's a doctor right in your block.
Yeah, but he's a baby doctor. I ain't got no confidence in him.
Why not?
Very few babies make good doctors.
Forget about it. Have you heard any more from our sponsors about how they like your Sam Shovel detective stories?
Indeed I have. Here's a letter from one of them that came this morning. I'll read it. Dear Lum Costello, since I heard you were going to continue your Sam Shovel detective series, I have decided to take the old picture off our bottles and replace it with your picture. For as long as you do your Sam Shovel series, every bottle of our product will have your picture on the label.
What product do they make?
Iodine.
I thought so. What is your Sam Shovel detective mystery for tonight, Gus?
One of my minor cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the babysitter who was fired because he neglected his work, or it was time for a change.
Well, let's get on with the case.
And now, the makers of Pismo Cocoa, the cocoa that won't keep you awake unless you drink it, presents your favorite radio mystery, Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product. Friends, when you drink cocoa before you go to bed, do you toss and turn? Try a cup of Pismo Cocoa tonight. No more tossing, no more turning. You'll just lie there, dead. Pismo Cocoa comes in the regular style for those who make it in a pot. It also comes vacuum packed for those who make it in a vacuum cleaner. Drink Pismo Cocoa and know when you drink Pismo Cocoa what a good cup tastes like. Say, compared to the cocoa, the cup will taste wonderful. And now let's listen to what people all over the country are saying about Pismo Cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
Friends, we're proud of Pismo Cocoa. Remember this, during the war, Pismo Cocoa was chosen by our army as the cocoa they served overseas. They served it to the Japs. And now Pismo Cocoa brings you the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I've had a tough day. I'm sitting here in my little office dozing. I'm sleepy. Suddenly I see a Dunhill, a K. Woody, a corncob, a briar. I'm having pipe dreams. The telephone company was here this morning and put in a phone. I look at my new phone number, Elephant 6688. Must be on a trunk line. I just finished listening to my favorite radio giveaway show. It's the only real giveaway show on the air. If you guess the answer, they give away the show. I see the mailman's shadow on the window of my office door. He's bringing my mail. He delivers the mail the hard way. The hard way. He crawls through the mail slot and drags the mail in after him. I notice my new map has arrived in the mail. It's got the boundaries of all the states marked on it. I study the map. There's the Ohio state line. There's the Indiana line. There's... Yo! That must be the Mason-Dixon line. I love the South. I'll never forget how I trailed Shotgun Jake through the South. He thought he was a smart guy, but I fixed his wagon. I grabbed him in Atlanta and fixed his wagon. In Chattanooga, I fixed his wagon. In Birmingham, I fixed his wagon. I made a lot of money on that case. He gave me $5 every time I fixed his wagon. Here's a letter from a crook in Switzerland. He's imprisoned at the Yodel Yodel. That's Swiss for Sing Sing. I decided to read the rest of my mail. Here's a letter I don't understand. Dear Sam Shovel, we're sick of you butting into our business. If the Varela gang don't kill you, we'll kill you. Signed, the Merry Gang. P.S. If you're already dead, please disregard this note. That sounds like a threatening letter. I better make sure I'm armed. I opened the drawer of my desk to check on my gun. It's a Colt. Here's a postcard from my bookmaker. He wants me to send him $1 for a football pool. I don't think I'll do it. It's a waste of time building a pool for a football. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott is a fine cop. Abbott, the chief wants to put him on the headquarters squad. No wonder. Abbott is the only cop in the force that's got a head the size of a quarter. I've hung out with Lieutenant Abbott so much we've become known as sidekicks. It's not because we're so friendly. It's just that every time we meet, we kick each other in the side. Suddenly I hear footsteps outside my door.
Hello, Sam Shovel.
Glad you shut up, Lieutenant Abbott. How about paying me the $5 you owe me?
When April showers, they come my way.
Every time I ask for money, he gives me a song and dance. Where have you been, Lieutenant Abbott?
I just arrested a guy for changing a tire.
You can't arrest a man for changing a tire.
From my car to his.
Car? Lieutenant Abbott also changed that joke. From my punchline to his punchline.
Sam, this office is filthy. Why don't you get some cleaning equipment? Clean up the dirt.
I've got plenty of cleaning equipment. I got vacuum cleaners, mops, brooms, and scrubbing brushes.
Why don't you use them?
Can't find them. They're under the dirt.
You're a disgrace to the detective business. What an office. It's ankle deep in dirt. Why don't you open a window?
The only window in the place is in my kitchenette.
Well, open it.
What, and let the sun come in and kill my mushroom bed? As I said this, I heard a creepy sound in the hall outside. I turned and looked. Lieutenant Abbott and I said, quick, somebody's coming. Hide behind that marble slab.
Sam. Sam, you were right. There's someone at the door.
The door slowly opened. Get it open while I'm still young enough to read the next line. Standing in the doorway was the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. She spoke.
Oh, Monsieur Sam Chauvel, I have heard that you are a great detective, no?
That I am. I looked at this lovely creature. She was wearing a low-cut evening gown.
Sam Chauvel, will you help me out?
Lady, don't you think you're out far enough already?
Sam Chauvel, who is your so charming friend?
This is Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad.
Ah, the famous brave Lieutenant Abbott. Lieutenant, I am in great danger. You can help me, n'est-ce pas?
Mais oui, mademoiselle.
Oh, chérie, que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde.
Oh, I don't think I could do that.
Oh, mais je crois que vous êtes un méchant garçon.
I couldn't do that.
Oh, mais vous n'avez pas besoin d'être si insolente avec moi.
I couldn't do that.
What's she saying, Abbott? Maybe I could.
Jovel, you are so brave. The terrible Count Boris is after me. Tell me, what would you do if you were in my shoes?
I'd probably fall flat on my puss.
Countess, you shouldn't drag Sam Shovel into this case.
Here we go again.
Count Boris is a vicious man. He might kill Sam. Besides, you have no money to pay the fee.
Oh, it is true I have no money, but Sam, I can pay you with kisses.
Kisses are not legal tender.
They may not be legal, but I'll bet they're tender.
Sam, you are so wonderful. I'm going to give you a kiss that will melt your heart.
Sam, say something.
Does anybody want to buy 10 cents worth of liquid hot?
Oh, Sam, it is Count Boris. He's looking for me. He is always seeking me. For 5 years I've been hiding from him. Quick, Sam, where can I hide?
Here, hide under the desk.
Peggy! Where is she? I know she's here. I've been looking for her for 5 years. Aha! Here you are under the desk, huh? Come out, Countess Borden. I have found you, and you know what that means.
What are you going to do to her, Count Boris?
Nothing. Only now it's my turn to hide. She's got to find me.
Get him out of here, will you?
Abbott and Costello will have the last word as usual. But before they go, we'd like you to ponder this.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that the part of Sam Shovel in tonight's show was played by Luke Costello. And I, Bud Abbott, do not necessarily agree with anything he says.
Thank you, Abbott. And I want to say that the part of Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad is played by Bud Abbott. And if there is any resemblance between Abbott and any living person, there would be better off dead.
Thank you. And now let's give a bow to our orchestra leader, Matty Malnick, and to our singer, Hal Winters.
And I'd like to give credit to our writing staff, which is headed by Lee Former with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And let's not forget our capable producer, Charles Vander.
And let's not forget to say good night.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood.
Have you seen?
Did you ride?
Did you drive a new DeSoto? Hurry up.
Do it now.
At your dealers today. It's designed for you and your budget too. It's a 1952 DeSoto.
It's here. Yes, it's here. The new 1952 DeSoto is now on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Be sure to see this beautiful new car. Listen for further details later in this program. And here he is, the one, the only...
Fine name for a man. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. George Fennerman, that's you?
Yes, sir.
Who's supposed to try for all that money?
Well, we invited some elevator operators to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Lynn Maidman. Her partner is from the United States Air Force, Major Marion Watt. And here they are. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Lynn Maidman, huh? You're an elevator operator?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 19.
19, huh? Where are you from, Lynn?
I'm from L.A., here in L.A.
Are you married?
No, I'm single.
What's that?
I'm single.
You're a seagull?
I'm single.
I don't hear very well. You'll have to talk real loud, huh? Major Marion Watt, huh? Let's see, your last name is what?
Yes.
I bet you expect me to kid you about your name being
well,
Watt.
Everybody does.
Not me. I'm too old for that sort of thing. Now, what's your last name, Major?
What?
I said, what's your last name, Major?
My last name is what?
What? Well, Major, you said what? You said name. And you and your girlfriend here split $100. Here's 50 for you and 50 for you, Major.
Well, thank you very much.
Now, what did you say your name was?
My name is what?
Well, I'll call you Abbott and you call me Costello. Right? What branch of the service are you in, Major?
Well, I'm in the what?
What did you say your last name was?
What?
What? You're in the what? And your name is Waff? Is that right?
No, it's the other way around.
Well, the Waff. I'm not familiar with that branch. What is it exactly?
Well, WAF means Women in the Air Force.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that branch. Where do you fly your elevator?
At Saks.
You fly your elevator at Saks? What kind of Saks? Flour Saks?
No, Saks Fifth Avenue.
Oh, I thought maybe the flour Saks would be a grain elevator. Is your elevator hard to run, Lynn?
Oh, no, it's very simple. You can learn in 2 minutes.
You can how?
Well, there's just a little handle there that you turn to the right and you go up, and you turn to the left and you go down, and straight up is you open the door and stop.
In other words, you just have to know the ropes, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the old elevators they had about 20 years ago, and that joke goes with the old elevator. And I wish that joke was on that elevator right now. And that the rope broke. What's your assignment now, Mage?
Well, right now I'm assigned with the WAF Officer Selection Program. We're looking for women.
You're looking for women?
Yes, that's right.
You got nothing on me, huh? Maybe I can help you. I've had a little experience along those lines. How many women are you looking for?
Well, our program calls for 4,000
What qualifications are necessary for candidates?
Well, a woman must be between the age of 24 and 32. She must have a college degree and have from 3 to 5 years of work experience, preferably in dealing with people or in a supervisory capacity.
I must say that your standards are considerably higher than mine. Well, it's been very nice having you both here tonight. And, Major, I hope you have lots of luck with girls like Lynn here. And I hope I do, too. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. But right now, I want you to listen to this.
Have you seen?
Did you ride?
Did you drive a new DeSoto? Hurry up.
Do it now.
At your dealers today.
Yes, it's here. The new 1952 DeSoto at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. It's a big, beautiful, comfortable car. Designed for you and your budget, too. The 1952 DeSoto brings you a host of great features, like Oriflow shock absorbers that help make even the roughest road feel like a boulevard. Waterproof ignition for fast, sure starting in even the wettest weather. And DeSoto's famous safety rim wheels to protect your family in case of blowouts. Yes, the 1952 DeSoto is the car designed for you and your budget, too. See it. Ride in it. Drive the new DeSoto. Now on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
It's designed for you and your budget, too. It's a 1952 DeSoto.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
Friends, go into your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you. All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, would you mind explaining the rules?
Certainly, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected famous Canadian cities and provinces. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
Want to bet all of it, or let's bet all of it.
You going to bet the whole $20?
That's right.
You realize if you lose the 20, I'm not trying to persuade you one way or the other that you
Should
won't
we make it 19? All right, we'll make it 19.
In what Canadian province is the city of Montreal?
It's in the province of Quebec.
Off to a great start. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 will you bet on your second question?
Can we bet all of it?
All of it?
All of it.
Talk right up, you know.
We'll bet all of it.
There are dozens of people listening to this show all over America. In what Canadian province is the city of Winnipeg?
It's in Manitoba.
Manitoba is right.
You're really on your way. You have $78.
Here's your third question. How much of the 78 are you going to try?
We shoot the works.
Shoot the works, huh?
Right.
In what Canadian province is the city of Toronto?
It's in the province of Ontario.
Ontario is right.
You now have $156.
How much are you going to bet?
We'll bet all of it.
$156?
Right.
You'll either have nothing or you'll have dry and Swansea, oxen, folks. $156, you'll have dry 112 cows. In what Canadian province is the city of Halifax, if you'll pardon the expression?
It's in the province of Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia is right. Put it there.
And you wind up at a grand total of $312.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited some waitresses to the program tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Pat Miller. Her partner is Prince Mike Romanoff. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, children, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Pat Miller, huh? It's nice to have you here, Pat. Where's your home?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri?
Mm-hmm.
I see. And it's Prince Mike Romanoff, huh? Well, it's a great honor having a prince with us. We had a king on the show last week. Really, Fred King. He was a plumber. Well, Prince, you know, I followed your career for many years. Tell me, are you still planning to swim the English Channel?
I am a restaurateur.
You're a wrestler, you say? Mike Romanoff? I can't believe it.
No,
Baron Leone could put you in the hospital in 2 minutes. What do you mean you're a wrestler?
I am the owner of a restaurant.
Oh, a restaurateur. Many people mispronounce it and say restaurateur. You have a restaurant, you say, friend?
Yes, I have.
In that case, you could put Baron Leone in the hospital in 2 minutes. Prince, let's find out something about you. Where were you born?
Well, there's been a lot of question about that.
Are you really a prince?
Well, there's been a lot of question about that, too.
He does pretty well, even without a lawyer, doesn't he? Have you ever met a real-life prince,
No.
Pat? We used to have a great Dane named Prince, but you're a Russian, aren't you?
No, that, too, has been questioned.
I guess the only thing that hasn't been questioned by him is the bill that he slips you at the end of the meal. I imagine that's been questioned, too.
Right.
You're a waitress, Pat, you say?
Yes.
Where?
At Biff's in Hollywood.
Biff's? What's Biff's? Biff's stew or Biff's?
No, that's a short order house.
You mean you're a little short on each order that you... Mike, what kind of a place is Romanov's? Would you call it a short order place?
We are a French restaurant.
French restaurant? What do you mean? How does your joint compare with a good restaurant?
We have a French cuisine.
I have a French cuisine. He lives in Long Island. What's the average check at your place, Pat?
About 70 cents.
And what's the most expensive dish you serve?
Steak and eggs, $1.65.
$1.65? How do you feel about these prices at Biff's, Prince?
I don't.
What is your average check at Romanov's?
Oh, I should say about $12 a couple.
You can eat there for $12, 2 people? That's without food, isn't it? That's for parking your car and the hat check. But doesn't it come to more than that? Wouldn't it come to...
Well, if they had Chateaubriand caviar, it might come to about $30 a couple.
$30 a couple? I remember $30 would take care of a family of 3 for a whole week. And you say it takes care of 3 people for only 1 meal, Mike?
2 people, 2 a couple.
No, 3 people. I was including you, Mike. Takes care of you better than anyone else, too. Prince, could you name some of your customers? Just for posterity, this is.
Well, we've had President Truman, General Eisenhower, Senator Taft, Ellie Kahn.
Senator who?
Senator Taft.
There's a senator in Ohio with almost the same name. I think his name is Hartley, Do you have any food at your place that might be called inexpensive, Prince?
Well, we have one sort of specialty called steak Romanov.
Now you're talking. What kind of steak is that? And how much would that be?
$3.50, I can't remember.
That's quite inexpensive. What is it?
Well,
is it sirloin, tenderloin, fillet, or what?
Well, it's has a mushroom sauce. It's
That's all? Just a mushroom sauce?
Well, it's a ground sirloin.
In other words, it's a hamburger, right? Well, it's been fun and educational having you here, and after talking with you both, I know exactly where to go if I want the best service. My DeSoto Plymouth dealer, naturally. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question, which I imagine he needs desperately. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The elevator operator in the major won $312.
All right, now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Royal Families. Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet?
Should we do?
Well, I think we should bet 19, don't you?
Quite. $19.
$19. What country was ruled by the House of Ming? M-I-N-G.
China.
China is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $39 will you bet on your second question?
You name it this time.
All of it.
You realize you may be leaving this little girl penniless. Huh? Mike, you going to give her a free meal if she loses everything on this question?
She'll give you two.
Well, that's $200 anyway. All right, what country was ruled by the House of Tudor? Tudor.
England.
England is right.
You're really climbing. You have $78.
How much you going to bet?
75.
78.
$78?
Yes.
Oh, you are a gambler.
Is that all with you?
All right, I'll gamble.
He said name.
Yeah, somebody said you
That's
name
on
it.
the bet. Huh?
Bring it on.
Is there? Oh, of course. Now, you each win $50 because she said name, which was the secret word. Now, you've got enough for a glass of water, Pat, huh? Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
I have 78.
That's $78.
All the 78, is that right?
That's right.
All or nothing.
Okay. What country was ruled by the House of Vasa, or Vasa, V-A-S-A? It's a toughie.
Egypt.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Sweden. And it's so close to Russia, Mike. You should have known that. Huh? We're going to give you one more question. If you get this right, we'll give you $10. Which will buy you a soup spoon if you don't take it out of the restaurant. Now, no help in the audience, please, because this is a tough question. How long was the 30 Years' War?
30 years.
30 years is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Gosh, I'm jolly tonight.
We asked
I used to be Groucho, but I'm jolly tonight.
We asked for married couples tonight.
I always ask for married couples.
Who had led interesting lives.
Well, that's kind of difficult.
And here comes the couple. And here comes the couple who was chosen, Dr. Marie and Dr. Richard Coe. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dr. Marie Coe and Dr. Richard Coe. Let's see, Dr. Marie Coe and Dr. Richard Coe. Is there a doctor in the house? Marie, I'll start with you. You're a doctor?
That's right.
What kind of a doctor?
I'm a medical doctor of medicine.
Well, you certainly could make me take my medicine. Where you from, Doc? Imagine being sick in the middle of the night and calling, and she shows up, you call for a doctor. Now, you're Dr. Richard Coe, eh?
That's right.
Getting pretty sick of all this doctor talk. What kind of a doc are you, Dick? No. What kind of a dick are you? No. You sound like a wristwatch. Dick doc, dick doc. Skip it. What kind of a doc are you, Doc? What kind of a doc are you, Doc? Now I've got it, huh?
I'm a doctor of philosophy.
Doctor of philosophy. I have a two-wheeler home. Is that... Well, my philosophy can use some doctoring. Exactly, precisely, what is a doctor of philosophy? Do you just give aspirins to philosophers?
No. I happen to be a doctor of philosophy in chemistry.
Now, answer one question. Can you cure a patient?
No.
Well, that's all I want to know. You're the same kind of a doctor I've been going to for years. I'll just call you Dick, eh, Doc? Fine. How long have you been married, Marie? That's your Marie, aren't you?
That's right. 5.5 years.
Well, and, Doc, were you studying chemistry while Marie was learning to be a pill roller?
No, I was working and taking care of the children.
You say you were taking care of the children?
That's right.
What children?
Our children.
Is this true, Marie?
That's right.
This comes as quite a blow to me. You mean in addition to your studies, you took time out to be a mother?
That's right.
How many times?
3 times.
She's a typical school kid, all right. She'll do anything to stay out of school. Marie, I'm only kidding. I think it's wonderful that you could study medicine and have a normal, full family life, too. Congratulations. And, Dick, I should imagine you enjoy a nice, full family life, too. You're as much of a hero as she is.
Thank you, Groucho.
Don't thank me. I had nothing to do with it. What sort of work do you do, Dick Doc?
I work for the Shell Oil Company, and I direct chemical experiments.
Like what? What are you looking for?
Trying to remedy any situations which may develop at the refinery. For example, one of the things we're concerned with now is...
dirty windshields?
is a remedy for a high corrosion rate we've encountered in an isomerization unit.
Really?
The catalyst...
Yeah, I didn't think you'd get around to that for another week yet.
Well, we're getting a lot of corrosion there. And
you are.
Yes, we are.
Well, things are tough all over. Is there much collusion with this corrosion?
It appears to be.
Murray, let's get back to you. I know what you're talking about. I don't know what he's saying. Last time I talked to you, it surprised me with 3 kids. I trust you're quite recovered by now, aren't you?
Yes.
And where do you hang up your shingle, Marie?
I'm an intern at the Harbor General Hospital.
Oh, you've been a doctor only 6 months and already you're an intern?
That's right.
Specifically, what are some of the things an intern has to do that an outturn wouldn't do, for example?
An intern...
If there's an intern, there must be an outturn. Huh? How do they get out of the building, huh?
An intern takes histories and does physicals, goes on rounds, leaves orders for the nurse, instructions for the nurse.
Instructions for the nurses, eh? Well, suppose, for example, I were languishing in your hospital. What kind of instructions would you leave for the nurse?
Well, that would depend upon the nature of your complaint.
Well, I only have one complaint. The nurses continue to run out of my room. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman, sometimes known as George, is going to remind our listeners.
The elevator operator and the major still lead with $312.
Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected cabinet members. You have $20. How much are you going to bet on your first try?
20?
18.
$18. What cabinet member is in charge of the... Gee, I hate to say this. The collecting of the income tax returns. The mere mention of that revolts me, huh?
It's under the Department of the Treasury.
The Secretary of the Treasury. Well, that's close enough.
Well, you're on your way. You have $38.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much are they going? $38. Will you bet on your second question?
I'll bet on it.
All right.
You're mighty lucky to get a charmer like that, Dick. What cabinet member is in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation? My, you're most smart, huh?
You now have climbed to $76.
I'd hate to be married to a woman who was that pretty and that bright.
Bet all.
The square to 76, huh? You're going to bet $76. What cabinet member is in charge of the conservation and use of the land?
Secretary of the Interior.
Talk it over now.
Secretary of the Interior.
What cabinet member is in charge of the conservation and use of the land?
Oh, agriculture? No, conservation.
Secretary of the Agriculture.
So you just got under the wire in time that time, Marie.
You now have $152.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the
52.
52 are you going to bet? All of it?
All of it.
What cabinet member is in charge of the development of the natural resources of the United States?
Secretary of the Interior.
The Secretary of the Interior. A big hit.
And you wind up with $304, and that means the major and the elevator operator with $312 in just 1 minute. Get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
If you're proud of your car, then chances are you're particular about where you take it for service. And that's why more and more car owners every day drive in where they see the familiar sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
That's right, Fenneman, because a DeSoto Plymouth dealer is just as particular about your car as you are yourself.
Yes, Groucho, his men are master technicians with years of experience. They're trained in factory methods to treat your car with the same watchful care a mother gives a baby.
You should see those men try to bite the DeSoto.
What's more, DeSoto Plymouth mechanics have the finest, most up-to-date tools and equipment at their command. That helps them do the job quickly and efficiently. And remember, fast, efficient work saves you money. So if your car needs service of any kind, visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers the very first thing in the morning.
Fenneman, you're asking all those people to drive around in their pajamas?
Well, just drive in where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the major and the elevator operator, the winning couple all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The Uncle Remus stories have provided pleasure for millions of youngsters of all ages. For $1,500, tell me the name of the journalist and storyteller who created the Uncle Remus stories. Talk it over. What is the answer you two kids have decided upon?
We don't have an answer.
None? Don't you want to even take a stab at it? Well, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Joel Chandler Harris. Very well known. You should have known it. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$312.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good brakes stop many accidents before they get started. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the tall house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find Mr. Victor Brook all by himself. Mr. Brook arrived home from the office only a few moments ago. and he's settling himself in his easy chair preparatory. Oh, but here's a voice from the kitchen. Listen.
Vic?
Yes?
I was over dining. Sorry to come up the alley and hurried home to catch you before you went away again.
I'm not going away again.
Hey, Joe, Dad?
Yeah.
I never knew anybody was home. Come down here, Russ. Want to speak to you. Okay. Vic, I'm going to Dwight tomorrow.
Yes, so?
Miss Apparat driving up in the car first thing in the morning. Invited me to come along.
You like Dwight. One of the geographical showplaces of the United States, Dwight. Dwight is a grassy jewel set in a silver necklace of woody
We're
glass.
leaving at 5 o'clock.
Yes, early?
Yeah, because Miss Apparat has to be back by noon. Now, listen, if I go, there's 1,001 things you and Russia have to take care of for me.
I believe I have the sense of responsibility required to faithfully discharge
Were you long,
any...
son?
I didn't know anybody was home.
We both just now got here.
Life works out funny sometimes. Here I was up in my solitary chamber. Suddenly the sound of human
Get
voices.
pencil and paper out of the library table drawer before you sit down.
Okay.
You will be going to work in the morning, same as usual, won't you?
Unless I pass away during the night.
Well, there'll be some little things you'll have to handle over your office telephone then, I guess. Rush, bring 2 pencils. One for you and one for your father.
I don't seem to be able to locate anything.
Oh, there's 1,000 there.
Yeah, but none got any points on. Guess I'll have to get a
Well,
razor
feel
blade.
underneath my writing tablet there. You see my silver pencil with the ribbon on. Doug's probably got a pencil of his own in his pocket.
As a matter of fact, I only got 8.
Well, what we going to do, Ma?
Miss Apparat's taking me for a lovely ride to Dwight tomorrow.
Yeah?
So you and Dove will have to keep the ranch going till I get back. You got any special plans for in the morning?
Rooster Davis and myself sort of halfway intend to hop on our bicycles.
Yeah. Well, you'll have time to work some play in.
Here's a piece of paper, Gus.
Say.
What time you leaving, Man?
Awful early. 5 o'clock.
What's the idea?
Miss Apparat's got to be back by noon.
What you going to do in Dwight?
Oh, I'm just going to the lovely spin. Miss Apparat's got business with a man. Has to give him the deed to a house.
Just hand him the deed to the house?
Yeah. Hey, don't draw pictures on me.
I'm making a combination kangaroo and portrait.
Well, that's supposed to be your memorandum pad. And I want you to take down the different items careful so you'll be sure to get them straight.
Okay. True.
Now, Miss Apparat just has to hand the man the deed to the house. Why don't you mail it?
I don't know. I'm sure.
Person can stick a document in an envelope, and our United States Postal System okay.
This is Apparat's business, not mine. I'm thankful for the nice ride. Paper stays fair and warmer for tomorrow, and it'll be a real treat for me. Now, the first thing, Dick, is me getting up in the morning.
5 o'clock, huh?
4 o'clock. You leave at 5.
Oh, I can't understand why you're leaving so early.
Miss Apparat's got to be back by noon.
Well, Dwight's less than 40 miles away. You could walk up and walk back if you left at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know. I'm not running this shebang. We'll quit picking flaws. Dick, how about me getting up in the morning?
I got that down.
You got what down?
How about you getting up in the morning?
You mean you got it written down on your piece of paper? Why?
You give me a memorandum pad, told me to jot down the different items.
Now, for goodness sake, let's quit playing around. I want you and Rush to get all this straight. I want to send you the things you have to do while they're fresh in my head.
Right. Sure.
Telephone Miss Brighton and... Now, wait. Let's get it understood about me getting up in the morning.
Right.
You think I'd better allow myself a full hour and set the alarm for 4?
Depends
You
on...
see, Miss Apparat's going to come by and honk about 4:45.
4:45?
Yes.
Well, tell her not to honk too loud. At 4:45 in the morning, I'm generally in the land of dreams. And it would be a great shock to my nervous system if an automobile
Half an hour would be enough. Tonight, before I go to bed, I can lay out what I'm going to wear and so on. I thought my little blue with the cape. That looks kind of automobile-ish and nice.
Little blue cape.
What you writing it down for?
I was under the impression...
Now, quit fiddling, Vic. Plan. Yes, I guess a half an hour will give me enough time. See, I can hop in my clothes and have a cup of coffee, but... Oh, right, before I forget. The coffee man comes tomorrow. Tell him not to leave any this time.
What if I don't see him?
You'll see him. Generally shows up at the back door Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock or in around through there.
What if I'm not home at 10 o'clock or in around?
Well, run over to Miss Donahue after a while and ask her to tell him. He comes up the alley from Kelsey Street and stops in at her house first. Don't forget now.
No. And to be 100% on the safe side, I'll make a note of it.
4:30 then, huh, Dick?
What do you mean?
I'll get up at 4:30. Gives me a whole half hour to get myself ready and drink a little coffee. Now, how about that beast of an alarm?
What?
A person can't never depend on it.
I thought I fixed that.
You fixed it so it won't work. Suppose I better borrow Miss Donahue?
Yeah, or else buy a new one down at the drugstore. For less than $1, they got high-grade alarm clocks.
Yeah. Write that down, son. Alarm clock.
Alarm clock. 1.
Tell you what some of the guys at the plant do say, when they want to get up early, I mean. They have Ed Weenie, their night watchman, ring them up on the telephone.
Oh, no sense bothering him.
Ed wouldn't mind.
No. Central might think it was funny.
What?
Oh, man telephoned Miss Groff in the middle of the night.
Central would
Well, the
know.
new alarm clock ought to work, and I'll set our old one, too, to be safe. Now, about your boys' meals tomorrow. I'll set out the breakfast things tonight and have your cereal on the stove. All you'll have to do will be to light the jet. And at noon, I was thinking maybe you better eat at the cafeteria. They got good, substantial food there. Select meat and potatoes. And, Vic, don't let Rush fill up on strawberry shortcake and stuff.
Okay.
You'll be home at noon, won't you, Mom?
Oh, that's right. I will. I forgot.
Well, maybe you'll be tired from the journey and won't want it to
No, I can fix a little dinner. Got lots in the pantry. Well, all right, now, son, you got your pencil ready?
Uh-huh.
Write down, call Miss Brighton and tell her Mama can take the ladies Tuesday.
What time should I call her?
That don't make any difference. But don't you dare forget.
I expect I better call her early.
Well, not too early. On Saturday, she generally stays in bed till almost noon.
Why don't you call her yourself, then?
Like I told you 10 million times, I'm going to be in Dwight, Mr. Emptyhead.
Yeah, but you'll be back by now.
Oh, where's my head now?
I guess you got the idea you're going to be away a week, kid.
Yeah, I get to go on trips so seldom it kind of puts me in a stew. This will be the first long trip I've had in heavens knows when.
You don't call going to Dwight a long trip, do you?
It's long enough.
40 miles?
I'd hate to walk 40 miles.
Listen, does Miss Applewhite have to do anything in Dwight besides hand this man the deed to the house?
No.
Is she going to hand the man the deed and then turn the car around and start for home?
Yeah.
And you're leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Prompt at 5.
I estimate you'll be home again before Governor you're out of bed.
Oh.
Mom, 40 miles is nothing in an automobile.
Maybe you think we're going to race up there at 10,000 miles a minute.
Miss Applewhite probably won't drive any faster than 35 miles an hour. But even at that, you'll be back home by 7:30.
Oh.
It's the truth. In a car?
Yeah. 8 o'clock at the latest.
We'll be back here by 8 o'clock?
Well, if you go slow, you will. If Ma Applewhite steps on it a little, and she probably will, because there won't be anybody else on the hard road that early, you ought to be back around 6:25 or so.
Oh, but it's 40 miles both ways.
Yeah.
Makes 80 miles altogether.
Not quite, Mom. It's really only 37 miles to Dwight. 74 altogether.
And we can go 74 miles leaving at 5 o'clock and get back by 8?
I could almost do it on my bicycle.
Well, I guess I better phone Miss Applewhite.
Why, kiddo?
I don't think she realizes. She thinks we're going to have to hurry like a house fire to get to Dwight and back by noon. Got lunches packed and everything. Now, you fellas ain't fooling me about this, are you?
No.
You can actually drive all them 74 miles at nice, decent speed and be back by breakfast time?
Sure.
Well, I don't know.
With the Beforehand Extra and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's a new and different way to care for your hand. It's with Trouchet, the Beforehand lotion, a really different idea in hand lotions. Use Trouchet before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in dishwater or do light laundry. Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouche and get an all-around hand lotion that also gives you before-hand protection, something no ordinary lotion gives you. Get Trouche, the before-hand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, quite a party here last night. Well, you know, it was the annual meeting of the 3rd Avenue Shillelagh Friendship Society. So around 10 o'clock, everything was going along kind of quiet. You know, a few broken windows, some cracked skulls, a couple of fractured ribs, and then suddenly it started. The rowdy element from 2nd Avenue moved in. Well, the first thing you know, the fight was on. Duffy, you should have seen the place. There were so many teeth scattered around, the floor looked like it was smiling. What a brawl. Yeah. After the battle, just to see what happened to people, we counted noses. There was 6 missing. No, not people, noses. Well, look, I gotta hang up. I'm just checking a list of the damages here. Eddie.
Yes, Mr.
Eddie, we gotta make a list of the damages for the insurance company.
Yeah.
Now, take this down.
Okay.
13 broken legs.
13 broken legs.
Yeah. 2 chairs, 1 table, and a tourist from Hoboken. Let's see. Articles missing. 1 sterling silver beer mug, value $500.
Hey, Roger, we ain't never had no $500 beer mug.
I said this was for the insurance company. Say, speaking of missing articles, where was you last night while the battle was going on?
Me? Oh, I was taking a walk.
How come?
I had a sudden craving to die of old age.
Well, ashamed of you, Eddie. I'm glad at least that I ain't the kind of a guy that runs away from a fight.
No, you would have to carry away.
Oh, yeah? Well, you should have been here last night.
What happened?
Well, there I was. You say you wasn't here last night?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't talked to nobody that was here?
No.
Well, sir, there I was. Me back to the wall, see, with these 3 tough guys closing in on me. So I think fast, and I see there's only one thing to do. So I do it.
Right.
I swing from the floor and knock all 3 of them out with 1 punch.
3 with 1 punch? Now, how is that possible?
I just hit them. I don't explain them. So, the next thing I do...
Pick up the 3 guys and toss them into the gutter.
Who's telling this story?
Sorry.
So, like I was saying, I pick up these 3 guys and toss them into the gutter. Eddie, I was like a man biting a dog.
Oh, boy. Say, that must have been quite a battle last night.
Miss Duffy, all I know is any guy on 3rd Avenue that ain't got a broken nose this morning is a dame. So lucky thing I was here to keep things from getting out of hand.
What did you do?
What did I do? All I did was... You say you wasn't here last night?
Right.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
And you ain't talked to nobody that was here?
No.
Well, sir, there I was. And back to the wall. When these characters start rushing me, see? 6 of them.
Hold it. A minute ago, there was only 3.
A minute ago, I didn't know my own strength. So as I was saying, Miss Duffy, I let fly with me Sunday haymaker, see? And I knocked all 6 of them into the alley.
6 men with 1 punch? Archie, that don't make sense.
In the heat of battle, who stops for logic? What a brawl, though. As I start hitting these guys, they're laying all over the place. I'm telling you, I ain't never seen such a mess. Oh, Finnegan.
Hi, I heard it was quite a shindig here last night.
Wasn't you here?
No.
Are you sure?
Sure.
You ain't talked to nobody that was here?
No.
Well, sir, there I was. And back to the wall. 12 guys jumping me.
12?
Quiet, I'm rolling. So, anyways, I pick out this big guy. He must have been 7 feet tall, see? Well, Fellas, I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, go on, Arch. Tell us.
I'd rather not. Us unsung heroes have got sort of a code, what we call false modesty.
Oh, come on now. Tell us some more.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay, have it your way.
Will you quit interrupting? So as I was saying, this 7-foot bruiser starts picking on me, so I throw him over my shoulder, see, and bounce him on the floor a couple of times.
You mean a 7-foot tall and you threw him over your shoulder?
It's an old Japanese leverage trick, what they call Harry-Carry. Well, to make a long story short, before the night's over, I have mayhemed at least 12 guys, see?
Oh, boy. You know what? You always was a great fighter. I remember when you was in school, you could lick anybody in the 4th grade.
No wonder. At that time, he was in the 8th grade.
Well, just the same, I'll bet he's the bravest guy in the world. Right, Arch?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would.
Well, I suppose after last night, I do have a terrific reputation.
Boy, but you're the greatest fighter in the world.
Well, now, Benny.
Look, Archie, I ain't the kind of guy that goes around looking for autographs, but do me a favor, will you?
What?
So I'll be able to tell me grandchildren, punch me in the nose.
Look, Benny, if I ever hit you, you won't have no grandchildren.
Oh, come on, Arch, you're a friend of mine. Please, knock me out.
Sorry, Finnegan, but I got to save me strength for emergencies. Now, as I was saying, this guy was 7 feet tall.
Yeah,
see?
yeah.
So no sooner do I get through with him than his big brother comes in.
About 8 feet tall.
Give or take an inch. Well, anyway, this guy comes up to me, see?
Hey,
and
bartender, I'd like a drink.
Later, Bud, I'm telling a story. So like I say, this 8-foot guy is toting a rod. He's standing there with his brass knuckles emptying the nickels out of the pinball machine. Well, right away I can see that he's a troublemaker, see?
Hey, pal, I said that I would like a drink.
Look, will you stop interrupting? Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. So I goes over to him and I says, look, chum, did you come in here looking for trouble? See?
Hey, look, Doc, I am becoming Ike. Am I gonna get that drink?
Quiet, will you? I'm doing the talking here.
Hey, Bud, you ain't gonna be doing the talking very long if I shove me fist down your throat. Gosh, why don't you suck this guy?
Quiet. The gentleman is talking. You were saying something, sir?
I was about to say that you are a stinking bartender.
Well, sir, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Just a minute, Bud. You better not talk to Archie that way. You know, last night he beat up 40 guys like you.
Please, leave us not bore our guest. Now, look, what kind of a drink would you like, Mr.
McGurk is the name. Spike McGurk. And now I don't want to drink because I don't like being ignored, and I don't like fresh bartenders, and I don't like you.
But, Mr. McGurk...
You talk too much. Good night, punk.
Oh, yeah, you and who else? Funny you never think of them clever answers until it's too late. Well, sir, as I was saying...
Don't talk to me, Arch.
What's the matter?
Letting that McGurk push you around.
Well, Billy, you know how hot-headed I am. It took a lot of self-control to keep so cool.
Oh, you was positively shivering. But you said last night you beat up 12 guys. Arch, were you just lying?
Finnegan, you know, if I was lying, I'd have made it 14.
Well, then how come you was afraid of just one guy?
I wasn't afraid. It's just that I fight best when the odds is against me.
Well, all I know is when I stood there and saw McGurk insulting you and I saw you stand there and take it, well, I hate to say it.
What?
Arch, something died inside of me. Made me feel ashamed that I was a man.
Now, look, Clifton.
I don't like to say it, but goodbye, coward.
Look like you lost a friend.
Yeah, I'm really a little ashamed of myself, Eddie. I've known a guy all my life, and his friendship means a lot to me. Guess there's only one thing to do.
What?
Lick my girt.
Are you kidding? One punch on the chin and you'd be out cold.
Are you inferring I have a glass jaw?
All I'm saying is the last guy that hit you there wound up with 7 years bad luck.
Nevertheless, I gotta show Finnegan I ain't no coward. No sacrifice is too great to keep a friend's friendship. Hey, wait a minute. Here he comes back.
Now look, Arch.
Finnegan, are you still talking to me?
Sure, can't you tell?
Well, sometimes it's hard. But anyhow, I got news for you. I'm gonna fight McGirt.
Well, Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't let me down, Arch. Shake.
Okay, put it there. Ouch! Be careful, Finnegan. That's the hand that's going to knock out Spike McGirt.
Arch just makes me the happiest man in the world.
You see, Eddie, it don't make much to make a friend happy. All I got to do is go out and get myself killed. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale.
What you doing?
I'm training for the fight, Eddie. I'm doing my breathing exercises.
Yeah, after Spike McGirt gets through with you, you won't have to worry about breathing.
Oh, yeah? Don't be so sure about that. You know, where I come from, we chew rust and spit nails.
That man is twice as big as you.
So what? Size ain't everything. Remember the story of David and Goliath? I'm the David type.
Well, you certainly can sling it.
Eddie, stop interrupting me training, will you? Now, where'd I put that glass of carrot juice?
Carrot juice?
Yeah, it gives you calcium.
What? All you got to do is wait, man. You get plenty of calcium during the fight.
What do you mean?
McGirt will knock your teeth down your throat.
Eddie, brute force ain't everything. Remember, in boxing, it takes brain as well as brawn.
Okay, so you're a two-time loser.
Oh, yeah? Well, just wait till I get in condition now. Give me another drink of that carrot juice.
Hey, Archie, what do you keep drinking that stuff for?
It's good for me, Miss Duffy. It puts hair on me chest.
Oh.
Care for some?
No, thanks.
Hey, look, don't you think you better do some boxing?
Yeah, who can I use for sparring partner? Eddie, I don't like to ask you to do this. You know, boxing is a kind of a rough sport, but how about going a couple of rounds with me?
Be happy to.
Nothing doing, you're too anxious. Let's see, who else is there? How about you?
I happen to be a woman.
Who has to know?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's see. Who else is there?
Hey, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hey, I hear you're going to fight Spike McGirt.
That's right.
Do you really want to look good against him?
Well, certainly I do.
Then, before the fight, put a little Vitalis on your hair. Because with Vitalis on the hair, everybody looks good.
Tell me, why is that, Joe?
Because Vitalis and the 60-second workout tames down dry, unruly hair and helps keep it handsome and healthy looking, and without a greasy patent leather shine. No mineral oil in Vitalis, you know.
No, just carrot juice.
Now, Vitalis contains only pure vegetable oil, and the Vitalis 60-second workout refreshes and stimulates your scalp, actually prevents hair and scalp dryness. So, Arch, take my tip. Before the fight, put a little Vitalis on your hair.
Well, why, Joe? The referee ain't going to be a dame.
I know, but at least when they carry you out of the ring, you'll be well groomed.
Miss Archie, why don't you give up this fight with McGirt?
I can't, Eddie. I told you. I got to prove to Finnegan that I ain't a coward. Besides, I'm getting in pretty good shape. Here, feel this muscle. How does it feel like?
Jello. Hey, Art, are you getting in shape?
Never felt better in my life, Finnegan.
Good. I'll go tell McGurk you're ready for it.
Just a minute. Leave us not be in a rush about this.
Art, you ain't going to let me down again, are you?
Well, no. It's just that I feel I could use a little more training. Eddie, the carrot juice, please. 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that takes care of the chest exercises. Eddie, measure me up again, will you?
Yeah. Now, let's see. Neck, 15 inches. Shoulders.
Something wrong?
No, I was just wondering, what keeps your collar from sliding down over your shoulders? Hey, sir. Art, you look in great shape.
Well, yes.
Shall I go get McGurk?
Well, we don't have to hurry. I ain't quite finished me training yet. Eddie, pass me the carrot juice, please. Inhale. Exhale. Exhale. Inhale.
Well, how's it going, Art?
Pretty good, Finnegan.
You had plenty of carrot juice?
Yeah, loaded with it.
Good, then you won't mind the surprise.
What's the surprise?
Well, McGurk is on his way over.
That's nice. Would you mind to repeat that?
Well, I told him you was ready, so he's on his way over for the fight. And Art, I want to tell you, I'm mighty proud of you. I'll go get you some more carrot juice.
McGurk is on his way over. Eddie, how am I going to get out of this? I can't fight this guy. I got my career to think of.
Your career?
Yeah, well, for fighting. Might ruin me fingers for mixing martinis.
Maybe you should challenge him to a duel.
With swords?
Or pistol.
Eddie, you just give me an idea.
What?
How about I just challenge him to a debate?
Listen, Art, if you want to keep Finnegan's friendship, there ain't no way you can get out of this.
But, Eddie, me nerves, they're all jittery. Look, turn on the radio. Maybe some music will relax me, huh?
Okay.
Friends, do you need accident insurance?
Eddie, I said music.
I'm trying.
All I want for Christmas is for 2 front teeth. For 2 front teeth. For 2 front teeth.
I'll try another station.
And what a fight it is at Madison Square Garden. The crowd is yelling for blood.
I'm sorry.
Leave it on. Maybe I'll get a few pointers.
What a massacre. Left him alone, lashes out, and once again battling Donovan goes down. He gets up and runs into another slashing right, and then a left, and then another right. Donovan is now hanging onto the ropes, and the referee is stopping the fight. It's a merciful end to a bitter battle, folks. Fight fans haven't seen a slaughter like this since that memorable night 6 years ago, when Kid Hogan was so brutally beaten by that roughest fighter of all time, Spike McGurk.
Care for some carrot juice?
Did you hear that? That's the guy that's coming down here to malfeast me. Eddie, what am I going to do?
Mr. Archie, you got to get hold of yourself. Get some confidence.
I got plenty of confidence, but it's all in McGurk. Maybe I should do the sportsman-like thing, huh?
What's that?
Get out of town.
It's too late.
What do you mean?
Look what just come in the door.
Spike McGurk. Oh, quick, Eddie. Eddie, we got to act fast.
What you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do, Eddie.
Yeah?
You throw the bum out.
Throw him out. Man, I'm buying this gentleman a drink.
Oh, no.
Hey, I was tipped off that a certain party has been begging for a fight, so that I thought I would drop over and oblige the crumb.
Good evening, sir.
May I bid you good evening, Mr. McGurk?
Who are you?
Friend of the loser.
Well, here he is, George. Go ahead. Tell him off.
Now, look, McGurk,
That's telling him.
Give me a chance, Eddie. I'll tell him.
Now, first, let me tell you what I think of you, see? I don't like the way you look. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you act. In fact, I don't like anything about you.
Well, none of us is perfect.
Art, I hope I wasn't right when I called you a coward.
Okay, McGurk, would you care to step outside?
Would you repeat that?
Would you care to step outside?
Let's go.
Okay, you go outside and I'll stay inside.
Come on, quit stalling.
But McGurk, we got a rule here at the tavern. No fighting allowed without boxing gloves. Right, Eddie?
Right.
And we don't happen to have no boxing gloves. Right, Eddie?
Right. Art, there's boxing gloves right there on the wall.
I wonder if his friendship is worth it.
Come on, Art. I'll help you put the gloves on.
Well, we all got to go sometime. Okay, Finnegan.
Hey, Eddie, help me with my gloves, will you?
Yeah, okay, Sam. Look, Mr. McGurk, come here. Sir.
Yeah?
Could you kind of take it easy on Mr. Archer? You know, sort of leave him living a little bit.
Why should I?
Well, you see, he ain't such a bad guy. You see, the reason he talked himself into this fight is on account of his friend, Mr. Finnegan. See, he didn't want him to think he was a coward.
Oh, so that's it, eh? Yeah, that's funny. I can understand how the guy feels. I remember I was a little scared once before a fight. I'll never forget the look in me kid brother's eyes. Oh, he lost all his faith in me that night. Yeah, I can understand how this Archie feels. Eddie, I tell you, I think I am going to let him win.
Thank you, Miss McGurk. That's nice of you.
Yes.
Well, I got the gloves on.
Well, that's good. Let's fight.
You realize, sir, this is your last chance to back out.
Cut the conversation, will you? Come on, hit me.
Just a second. Mercy me, I think I smell something burning in the kitchen.
Come back here, I'm in a hurry. Now, look, will you just make a fist, hold out your arm, and I'll run into it.
Wait a minute, I just remembered I got to go over to the library. I got a book that's overdue.
Don't be scared. Last night you beat up 12 guys.
Last night I was a much younger man.
My former friend, I'm afraid that you are a coward.
Okay. That did it. McGurk, here it comes. There!
Ouch. Please, mister, do not hit me no more. I have had enough, and you have emerged victorious.
Victorious. Boy, Arch, I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Well, champ, so long and congratulations.
Just a minute. Come back here.
Huh?
I ain't through with you, McGurk.
Mr. Archie, now please.
Put out of this, Eddie. Look, McGurk, I don't like your face. I don't like the way you talk. And I don't like you.
Now, look, pal, will you leave well enough alone?
Don't talk that way to me, you punk. Put up your dukes.
There's blood on the moon tonight.
Pal, I am trying to be nice to you, but don't push your luck too far.
Yella, huh? Take this, McGurk.
Arch! Speak to me. That dirty McGurk. Eddie, give me that bottle. Hey, look, McGurk, your shoelace is untied.
It is?
Yeah. Now, take that. That did it. Now, Eddie, let's pick Arch up.
All right.
Hey, where am I?
Oh, you all right, Arch?
Oh, what happened? Hey, look at McGurk. Out cold on the floor.
That's right.
You see, fellas, that carrot juice is pretty strong stuff. And after this, Finnegan, when you talk about somebody being a coward, look the other way, will you?
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. See for yourself. Get a tube of Benex at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex. Benex. Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless.
Or try it free. Write Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry. Offer limited. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guests will be Ann Southern and Jimmy Durante. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is radio's Mr. District Attorney, friends. If you want to enjoy a real thrill, a dramatic story full of exciting action and unusual entertainment, hear the case of the Bar of Soap on Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
It's Trell, T-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Trell brings you The Life of Riley. Trell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Tonight we visit with the Rileys for the last time until Friday night, August 27th. And on this au revoir, till we meet again on future Friday nights, we see a new Chester Riley. Not the weary toiler chained to the wheel of industry, but a man who has dropped all workaday cares and is preparing to leave on a vacation.
Hey, I'm home.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Pop. Hey, kids, you're looking at a free man. I just punched my last time card. I'm a retired man.
Well, only for 2 weeks, Pop.
Yeah, but it just seemed like a lifetime. I can hardly believe it. Monday, we hit the open road. What a wonderful feeling. I feel like a kid again. I feel like doing handsprings. I think I will.
No, Riley, wait.
Why not? Didn't I used to do handsprings to amuse dads and Junior when they were little kids? Stand back.
Oh, Riley, are you hurt?
No. Oh.
Oh, Riley, are you hurt?
No. Oh. Riley, are you hurt? No. 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 I guess these kids aren't as young as they used to be.
Junior, help me help Daddy up.
No, I'm okay, babe.
Take it easy, Pop. You don't want to spend your vacation in a cab.
Oh, don't worry. That couldn't happen. Nothing can spoil this vacation. Lady Luck is smiling on us. She's got a grin so wide I can see her tonsils.
Riley.
Well, what's the matter, Peg? You look worried.
Riley, just before you came home, we got a telegram.
Well, don't open it. I ain't going to let nothing spoil our vacation.
But, dear...
It may be an emergency. We'll open it when we get back.
Well, I already opened it.
Bad news?
It's from my father. He left New York yesterday, and he'll be here Monday.
Oh, good news.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way about Papa. I was afraid you'd make a fuss.
Why should I? Monday we won't be here.
Right. He can't go away. After all, he's my father.
I ain't giving up our vacation just because your mother made a mistake.
Now, Riley, I know you're kidding, but there's no reason why Papa can't come along. I'll wire him to meet us at Pine Tree Auto Lodge.
Now he pays his own way.
Well, of course.
You sure? Can he afford it?
Don't worry about Papa. Can we afford it?
Oh, don't worry. I've been saving for this all year. Right now I got $100 in my special vacation fund in the bank, ain't I?
Well, all right, dear. To tell you the truth, I could really use a vacation.
Fine. I'm tired of watching you wash dishes. That's why lately I've been going bowling right after dinner.
Oh, you've been so brave.
Yeah, and I'm a guy who provides for his family. I look ahead. When we got married 17 years ago, I promised you a vacation in a hotel. And I never go back on my word.
Well, there you have one side of the new, happy, pleasure-bound Riley. But now, as our hero enters his bank to withdraw the $100 that'll make his vacation dream a reality, he becomes yet another man. Riley, the financial wizard, who swings with an easy stride to the teller's window and says,
I'll take it in singles.
I beg your pardon? Oh, Mr. Riley.
I'm closing out my account today. Vacation, you know.
I have your statement right here. Well, let's see now.
I'll take it in singles.
Certainly, sir. 1, 2...
So, got in all. Keep counting.
10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. $2.19.
What do you mean, $2.19? Where's the rest of it?
That's all there is, Mr. Riley.
No, don't give me that. I wasn't born yesterday. I can read, you know. It says on the front window, assets over $300 million. So don't try to tell me you only got $2.19 in this bank. Come on, fork over some assets.
Mr. Riley, the balance in your account is only $2.19.
That is a lie. Look at my bank book here. I've been depositing $2 a week for 50 weeks. That's $100. Are you denying that?
No, but your book doesn't show withdrawals, and there are quite a few.
No. Yeah, I guess there was a few small emergencies here and there, but...
Here's a withdrawal, $10 last October.
Oh, yeah, well, look, let's not be so technical. Be a sport. Don't be like them other tellers with no guts. Give me the 100, huh?
I'd like to, sir.
You won't miss it. This is a big bank. You've got 100 branches. That's only $1 a branch.
And then in November, you withdrew $15.
I'll take 50.
Christmas, you withdrew...
I'll take 25.
In April, you...
25, and that's my final offer.
You made 3 withdrawals in May.
Give me the $2. I'm quitting while I'm ahead.
But all is not lost, for outside the bank doors, fate is waiting. Fate in the person of one Thomas Malloy, an old Brooklyn friend of Riley's, and currently employed as a gardener at one of California's most exclusive all-year resorts, the Escudero State Prison Farm. And as Riley stumbles out of the bank, he bumps smack into Fate.
Hey, sir, look where you're going.
But excuse me,
Hey, wait. Ain't you Riley?
Yeah, but I...
Chester Riley?
Yeah, that's right, but I...
Dog-faced Riley?
Yeah, but...
For crying out loud. I knew you the minute I seen you. You ain't changed a bit.
Hey, wait a minute. You're Malloy, ain't you?
Yeah.
Tommy Malloy?
Yeah, that's me.
Take your hat off.
It's off. Flathead Malloy. You remember.
Hiya, Flathead.
Hiya, dog-faced.
Where'd you get to California?
Been there 15 years.
No kidding. I've been out here 10. You live in Los Angeles or in Baja, California?
No. Up north at the farm. Yeah, I'm down here with the missus on my vacation.
Farm? What farm is that?
Escudero Farm.
Escudero.
Don't tell me you've been to California all these years. You never heard of the Escudero station?
Oh, yeah, Escudero. Well, sure. Sure, I heard of it. Up around San Diego.
No, the other way, dear. San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, sure. You work there?
Yeah, good job. Gardener. Got my own little cottage. Beautiful spot. Lake, woods. But I like to get away a couple of weeks every year, you know. You get tired of seeing the same old faces.
Yeah, I feel like that, too. The trouble is I ain't got no place to go on my vacation.
Hey, I'm in the same fix. I couldn't get a hotel room here in town. So the missus is staying with her cousin, and I'm at the Y. Ain't much fun.
Malloy.
What's the matter, Riley? Let go of my lapel.
Malloy, this is safe. I got a house for you, right here in town.
You have? Whose?
Mine. You can stay there 2 weeks, rent-free.
Well, where are you going to stay, Riley?
Up at your cottage.
You wouldn't want to do that.
Why not? You said it's beautiful up there.
Oh, sure, but after all, it's still not the type
Malloy,
place.
Malloy, I'm desperate. I can't face my family unless I got a place. You got to trade with me.
Well, it's okay with me.
Oh, thanks, Malloy.
You always did have peculiar ideas. I'll wire the superintendent and tell him you're coming.
It's a deal. Here's the key to my house.
Where's the address?
The address is on the key.
Oh.
We leave tomorrow morning. I'm moving any time you want.
Okay, only are you sure you want to go to the farm? Your family?
They'll love it. Malloy, I can't tell you how I appreciate this. Well, go on, pal. As the saying goes, I'll see you in jail.
You ain't kidding.
How much profit is this place,
Won't
Bob?
be long now. We'll make it before midnight. Gee, it was swell. Muley Durkin will lend me his car.
Yes, but my back's still sore from cranking it.
I know, Dumpling, but cheer up. Next time it's Babs' turn.
I hope we're on the right road this time. Oh, what a way to start a vacation. We can't even find the place we're going to. And heaven only knows what we'll find when we do get there. At least we know what Pine Tree Lodge is like.
Oh, Pine Tree Lodge. What do they got there? A couple of pine trees, dried up lakes.
Well, I don't see what fun you can have on a farm.
Now, will you all quit griping and relax? We're on a vacation. Believe me, going to this farm is the best thing could happen to us.
Hey, Bob, I think this is it.
Yeah. Look at this big gate. Wait, I'll switch on my bright light. Here, you see?
Hey, here comes a guy, Pop.
Yeah. Hi, is this the Escudero farm?
That's right. State your business.
My name is Riley.
Riley?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. You're staying in Malloy's cottage.
Uh-huh.
Right up the road, first cottage on your left. Can't miss it.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
Wait, I'll open the gate. You may enter.
Some gate. I guess you need it to keep the riffraff out.
Out? That's very jolly.
Well, here we are, gang. Kind of dark to see, but this place sure looks neat. Look at that lawn peg and those flowers. Hey, this is pretty swank.
Riley, that man at the gate, was he wearing some kind of uniform?
Oh, yeah. I think he was. Hey, you know what? They must have paying guests at this farm. Lots of stylish farms work that way, huh?
But why the uniform?
Well, because he's the bellhop, that's why.
A bellhop?
Sure.
With a gun?
Well, sure, in case the guests don't tip him. What gun?
Junior, did you say that man had a gun?
Well, I think so.
Oh, come on. He's seeing things. What would a bellhop want with a gun? Well, here's the cottage. Oh, gee, it's cute.
Oh, let's not unpack. Let's go right to bed. I'm dead. We got to be up early and meet my father at the station.
Yeah.
Help me with these bags, Junior.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Smell that air. Peg, I can hardly believe we're here. Our first real vacation together.
It's wonderful, dear.
You know, Peg, we should have put a little item in the society page. You know, like, just arrived at the Escudero farm for an indefinite stay is Chester A. Riley and his ball and chain. Well, good morning, kid.
Good morning, Bob.
Morning, Daddy.
Have a good night's sleep?
Oh, swell.
Oh, my room's really lovely.
See, I told you you'd like it up here. Leave it to me. The old man never steers you wrong.
Let it up yet?
No, I let it sleep. You kids been outside yet?
Not yet.
Well, I think I'll take a look around. How do you like this get-up, huh? White shoes, green flannels, blue jacket, red beret. Sporty, huh?
Daddy, don't you think you're a little too sporty for a place like this?
Oh, no, why, green flannels you really think it's a little too dressy, huh? I wouldn't want the men around here to think that I'm putting on the dog. I wonder what's the right kind of outfit for a place like this, huh?
Oh, look, there's a couple of men out there across the lawn.
Oh, yes, they're just wearing blue denims and no shirts.
Oh, informal. Well, then I'll wear my blue denims, too. Then they won't think I'm snooty or something. I just want to be one of the boys.
What are they doing there?
Well, it looks like they're driving spikes into the ground.
What are they doing that? Oh, no. They're going to pitch horseshoes. Nothing like a game of horseshoes before breakfast. Junior, get me my blue denims and no shirt. I think I'll join the gentlemen. Hi there, fellas.
Hiya, Mac. Hi. You're new in here, ain't you?
Yeah, just got in last night. You guys been here long?
Yeah, 3 months. A year for me.
A year? Say, you must like it. I wish I could stay that long.
You hear that, Joe?
First, I didn't know if I was going to be at Pine Tree Lodge or Laguna Beach, but I'm lucky I wound up here.
First, I didn't know if I was going to be in Alcatraz or San Quentin. I'm lucky I wound up here, too.
That's a good one. You got a sense of humor, brother.
You ain't doing so bad yourself.
You married?
Yeah.
I'd like your wife to meet my wife.
I don't think it could be arranged, Mac. The little woman's doing a stretch up at the Hatchapee. They call her Stir-Crazy Stella.
The Hatchapee, huh? And I bet your kids are insane.
Only the older one. The little kid turned state's evidence.
State's evidence? I like the way you guys talk. You ain't snooty. Here, let me give you a hand with that sledgehammer.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll steal a quick smoke.
Oh, this is fun.
Hey, he's got a load of the comic there, Fingers.
Yeah, a regular red skeleton.
Hey, watch it, Fingers. Here comes the bad news.
What'd you say, fellas?
Hey, you guys. They need 3 men to clean out the stables. Get going on the double.
Hey, wait, don't go, fellas. We're going to pitch horseshoes.
You're what?
I said we're going to pitch horseshoes. You want to clean the stables, buddy? Clean them yourself. Come on, fellas, get the horse.
I must be hearing things.
Well, that's not all you're going to hear if you don't beat it.
What?
How do you like that guy? Smart Alex Bellhut trying to tell the guests what to do.
Why?
You get such fresh help nowadays.
Why, you line up, all of you.
Hey, fellas, what are you putting your hands up for? Don't let him scare you just because he's pointing a gun at you. A gun? Don't shoot. I'll put my hands up. They're up. Look. Higher than anybody.
The wise guys are always the yellow bellies. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. They sent you to a nice prison farm when you ought to be in the pen. Well, I'll show you. About face. The warden's office. Mark! No talking. Shut up!
But you don't know who I am. My name is... I forgot my name. What's my name? I can't... Oh, Riley. I'm Riley.
Oh! You the guy staying up at Malloy's cottage?
Yeah, my wife...
Why didn't you say so? Go on back to the cottage and stay away from the prisoner.
Yes, sir. I didn't know. You're not kidding me, are you? This is really a prison farm? It ain't a summer resort?
If it is, then this is the first summer resort where every guest has a lawyer trying to cancel his reservation.
A prison farm? What did my wife say? What did my kids... Well, my father-in-law. When he hears I took my family to a prison... They're hanging an innocent man.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
More people are buying more Prel than ever before.
Yes, Prel, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo. More people are buying more Prel for 2 reasons.
First, for a more radiant you, it's Prel shampoo. Because Prel leaves hair more gloriously radiant than any soap shampoo, cream or liquid. It can't leave a dulling soap film. And after a Prel shampoo, your hair is dreamy soft, satin smooth, easy to care for.
Second, Prel removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Leaves hair sparkling clean, well-groomed.
And shampooing is fun with that Prel tube. No messy jars, no slippery bottles.
And Prel goes farther than any other known shampoo, cream, or liquid, because it's concentrated for economists. So try Prel, the only Radiant Cream Shampoo.
Prel shampoo leaves hair radiant, streaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. T-R-E-L-L Press Shampoo.
By Trell. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendick as Riley.
Riley, what on earth?
Peg.
Why, you look as if you're seeing a ghost. What's the matter?
Nothing. Peg, start packing.
What? What are you talking about?
Let's go home. I don't like it here. I feel all cooped up.
Well, you were the one who insisted.
I know, but I was wrong. Listen, I ain't perfect. I admit it. Now, let's go home.
Now, look, in the first place, your friend Malloy's got our house. In the second place, my father will get here today.
But, Peg...
You're too used to the city, dear. You feel strange, naturally. Oh, come on, give it a chance. We can always leave. After all, we're not in prison.
Let's go home.
Riley, you don't make sense. Now, come on. I haven't even been out yet. Show me that.
No, don't go out.
Darling, what's wrong, dear?
Nothing. Just let's go home.
Oh, Mother,
Babs, you were out there. Come in quick. Shut the door.
Well, Daddy, what's wrong? Your father's decided he doesn't like this place.
Well, why not? I think it's swell. Oh, I met some awfully cute fellows. And how those farm boys got a line. One of them said I'm the most beautiful girl he's seen in 10 years.
Oh, no.
I'm going to like it here.
Oh, Pop.
What is it, Junior?
A guy just took a shot at me.
What?
I didn't do anything. I was just climbing a fence.
Are you sure? Riley, what kind of a place is this? Why should somebody try to shoot Junior?
Well, the hunting season. That black and white sweater he's wearing, they mistook him for a skunk.
Riley, you're hiding something from me.
Well,
Oh, come in.
Mrs. Riley, here's a dozen eggs for you. Compliments of the warden.
The warden?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Warden.
No, the warden.
Well, what warden?
Of the prison farm.
What prison farm?
Escadero State Prison Farm.
Where's that?
Where's that? Don't look now, madam, but you're in it. Today.
Jester, Riley.
Now, let's look at the bright side. We've all got ourselves Peg.
Jester, Riley. You brought us...
But, Peg...
I'm speechless.
But, Peg, I can explain.
I'm speechless.
Peg, it was all...
I'm absolutely speechless.
I know you're speechless, but let me get a word in this one.
How could you? Oh, never mind me or your children. But my father...
Please, Meg. Don't cry. I can't stand people who cry.
To break your family.
I know, Peg, I know. Anything you say, I deserve. You can't feel any worse than I do. Just say the word and I'll go up to the warden and ask him to give me the chair. Believe me, I'm no good on earth. Take it. Greetings, folks. You're all looking fine. Very natural. Nicholas, what are you doing here?
I'm visiting an unfortunate friend of mine who was ensconced here. A member of my profession. They caught him juggling his figures. Oh, they nabbed him before he had a chance to cover up.
You mean he's a prisoner here? How awful.
Well, he's not too unhappy. They put him to work doing something he likes. He's out in the field all day, landing.
Bill, how did you know we were here?
I saw your dear little lad Junior running in here. What on earth are you doing on a prison farm?
Riley brought us up here on a vacation.
Well, it was a mistake.
Yeah, some vacation.
Riley, how could you do such a dastardly deed?
I know, Digger. I deserve to be laid out.
Sorry, I'm on a vacation myself. But what are you dear people going to do? You can't stay here.
And we can't go home. Somebody's living in our house. And my father's coming. Oh, this is awful.
Easy, Mrs. Riley. I always like to size up the problem and carry it out. Eureka, I had it.
What is it?
I have a cottage I go to on my vacation, not far from here. You're all invited to join me.
Oh, no, we couldn't impose.
Nonsense. I insist. There's oodles of room.
Oh, Digger, you're a lifesaver. I'll never be able to thank you. Bad, Peg, get the bag. Let's get out of here right away. We'll meet your father at the station.
Well, all right. Come on, children.
Your cottage, is it far from here, Digger?
You take Highway 395. Turn left at Marble Canyon. Keep going till you get to Monument City. Don't stop there. It's a ghost town. Head south toward the Black Mountains. And when you cross the county line, there you are.
Where?
Death Valley. And I'll be waiting for you. Well, cheerio. I'd better be doubling off.
Okay, let's go. Close the door, Junior. What time is your father's train get in, Peg?
9:30.
Just make it. I can't wait to get out of this joint.
Riley, don't you think you better stop and get a pass?
We don't need a pass.
But I think you do need a pass to get out.
Not me. We can get out without a pass. You see, the gate is open.
Well, at least stop at the gate and tell them that.
I ain't stopping for nothing. I can't get out of here fast enough.
But Riley,
please, Peg, let me handle this. Did I ever steer you wrong?
Hey, Pop, look, the man at the gate is waving at us.
All right, so wave back. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, we're out. What did I tell you? No trouble at all. Now, everybody relax and forget what's behind us.
Riley, stop the car. They think we're escaping. Riley, they're shooting at us. Stop this car. Mr. Riley, I told you to get a pass. Do you realize you could have gotten a bullet in your brain?
I come to the conclusion that it has to be a pretty smart bullet to find my brain. I tell you, folks, it's a losing fight.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Everyone's praising Wonderful Prel, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. From Dunkirk, New York, Mrs. Peter J. Powers writes,
My blonde hair has always been dull and drab-looking, but things are different since I discovered Prel. Thanks to Procter & Gamble, I found the ideal shampoo for me.
Friends, one trial and you'll agree. Prel leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. Removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Join the millions who ask for Prel.
Prel shampoo leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prel shampoo.
Where's your father, Peg?
Oh, he went for a walk with the kids. He loved it here.
Ah, it's a gorgeous spot, all right.
It's beautiful. Always very sweet of you, Mr. Odell, to invite us here.
The pleasure is all mine. I enjoy having people around that you can talk to. It's a nice change.
Dumpling, we're going to have a great vacation.
No thanks to you, number 10654.
Now, Peg, don't be like that. Forgive and forget. Be yourself.
All right, dear. I guess you can't help being yourself.
That's the way I like to hear you talk, Dumpling. Remember, this is our first real honeymoon. Come on, give me a little kiss, huh?
Don't mind me, folks. Go right ahead. I'll just lie here and play dead.
Folks, this is Riley, alias William Bendix, wishing you a very pleasant summer and hoping you'll help us live the life of Riley when we return to the air in 8 weeks. We'll be back on Friday night, August 27th. Remember, won't you? Starting August 27th, we'll be visiting with you on Friday nights instead of Saturdays on this same station. And we're looking forward to seeing you all. So, until then, good luck.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again on Friday night, August 27th, to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, in the future, The Life of Riley on Friday night. The script is by Reuben Shipp and Alan Lipscott. Direction by Mick Lindemann. Music by Lou Cosmo. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Junior is Tommy Cook. Babs is Barbara Eiler. And Malloy is Alan Reese. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecken. And remember, for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. Prell, Prell Shampoo. In the factory, on the farm, in the home.
Hey, Mom, where's the lava soap?
Where's the lava soap? Wherever hands get extra dirty, you will find L-A-V-A, lava soap. Because in every inch of lava's snowy lather, 50,000 tiny scrubbers get the deep dirt from skin crevices, between fingers, around knuckles and nails. Yes, lava gets the deep dirt and grime ordinary wash-ups miss. With lava, hands soiled by machine oil, grease, dirt, come sparkling clean in 30 to 50 seconds. Mrs. James Diggins of Cambridge, Massachusetts says,
I drive a taxi, and the grime I pick up from the steering wheel from changing tires is plenty tough to get off. But it's no match for lava soap. Lava gets my hands really clean, quick.
Yet lava is gentle enough even for children's tender skin. So get the soap that gets the dirt. Get lava soap. This is Ken Niles reminding you to listen again on Friday night, August 27th, when Prell will again bring you The Life of Riley. And now stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night and happy summer! This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Squire Skimp failed in his attempt to get possession of the $10,000 gift that Dodge and E. Smith left to Pine Ridge. But we doubt if Squire will give up after only one try. Ulysses S. Quincy, the winner of the contest for suggestions on how best to spend this money, is still demanding that Lum and Abner use it to put up a toll bridge. And he's threatening to sue them if they fail to do it. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store with Grandpap seated at the library table, reading up on ways of using the money. Listen.
The game of polo is played on a field measuring, according to standard requirements, at least 750 feet in length.
Grandpap, I don't care how long a polo field is.
At each end of the field is a goal.
Grandpap, stop reading that. I told you we weren't going to use the money to put in no polo field.
Well, it sure worked fine out there on that farm of mine, Abner.
Yeah.
I'd say that farm over there, well, I'd make it cheap.
Yeah.
And I believe a good polo field is exactly what Pine Ridge needs. Let's see what else it says here. The four fundamental strokes.
Don't read no more of that, please.
The straightforward back and front strokes and the near-side back and front strokes. Well, nearsighted, huh? I'm nearsighted. Maybe I could play polo.
Hush up, Grandpap. Just a minute. That's our ring. I can't hear nothing to you hollering.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, Jot 'em Down store and library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Huh? Oh, it's you. No, Mr. Quincy, we ain't started putting in the bridge yet. No, sir. Goodbye. Oh, I wish I'd have kept track of how many times that Quincy feller's called up here.
750.
Huh? Oh, it ain't that many, Grandpap, surely.
Yes, sir. According to the almanac, 750 feet in length and 500 feet in width.
Oh.
At each end of the field. Oh, I've already read that.
Grandpap, will you forget that polo stuff? 'Cause we ain't going to build one of them things. Now, do you understand?
Well, you're throwing away a big opportunity. You could have bought my farm cheap.
Yeah, well, we don't want your farm.
Well, you see, must be some other books here that'll give us an ID.
I ain't looking for no ID.
Anyway, this sounds good right here. 500 tricks even a child can do.
Tricks? Well, them won't do us no good. You better just leave it up to me and Lum to decide what we'll do with the $10,000, Grandpap.
Well, the floating egg trick.
Oh, my.
An egg is dropped into a pitcher of water and is mysteriously floats halfway down, neither coming to the surface nor sinking to the bottom.
Let it sink. I don't care.
This trick never fails to amaze your friends, but it is really very simple.
Yeah.
All you do is fill the bottom half of the pitcher with salt water, and then... Say, Abner, you got an egg handy?
No, we ain't got no eggs handy, Grandpap.
You ought to keep a couple of them around. Never can tell when somebody might drop in and wants to amaze their friends.
Well, we don't want to amaze no friends, Grandpap. We got more important stuff to take care of around here.
Let me see, where was I at? Oh. The invisible cigarette trick. The disappearing alligator trick. Jiminy, I believe there's an ID right there, Abner.
Huh?
Alligators. Buy my farm and raise alligators.
Alligators?
There's something Pine Ridge ain't got, an alligator farm.
Now, what in the world would we want with an alligator farm?
Why, make suitcases out of them, one thing and another.
Oh, my
Well, they multiply fast, Abner. Well, do you know that... Wait a minute. Believe I'll look that up for you.
I ain't interested.
Just a little while ago. Believe it was in the almanac here.
Grandpapa, don't you have to go home and help your woman charity or something around the place there?
Alligators. Here we are.
Oh, my.
The eggs from a single alligator sometimes number as high as 90 or 100.
Oh, that's fine.
There you are, Abner. 100. Just think that over.
Well, now, what could we do with 100 alligator eggs?
Well, hatch them out. And each one of them 100 alligators will lay 100 eggs apiece, and before you know it, you got 100,000 alligators. Yes, sir, you got a good idea there, Abner. You sure have.
Me? Well, I never studied this up.
Then each one of the 100,000 alligators will lay 100 more eggs. Let's see, naught times naught's naught, none to carry.
Hey, wait a minute, there comes Lum.
Naught from naught is... You got a pencil, Abner? I don't believe I can figure this in my head.
Well, just don't bother to figure it. Let it go, Grandpa.
No. Wait a minute. Where's that add machine you fellas used to have around here? Don't think a pencil can handle this much adding.
Hey, come on in, Lum. Where you been so long?
Oh, I had a lot of business to tend to. Howdy, Grandpa. Howdy, Lum.
Well, I'm sure glad you're back.
Yes, sir, Lum. You're just in time to hear the good news. Go on, tell him, Abner.
Huh?
Good news? Well, what is it, Abner?
Well, I ain't got no good news.
Come on now. Don't hold nothing back from me, Abner.
Well, I ain't got nothing to tell, Lum, honest. Well, except my grandpap has found out about the $10,000 Diogenes last year. I don't know how he done it, though.
Well, there's nothing good about that news.
Why, no?
Fact is, it ain't news at all. I just been finding out that everybody in town knows about the money Diogenes give to Pine Ridge.
They do?
Why, sure. That's all they're talking about down there at the barber shop.
Oh, my.
Everybody getting big ideas on what they're going to do with the money and all that stuff.
Why, sure. How'd they ever find out about it?
I don't know. I think Squire Skimp must have spread it around.
Squire?
Yeah, more than likely he done it because he's mad about not getting the money away from us the other day.
Yeah, that snake in the weeds.
Of course, I reckon everybody's got a right to know about it. The money actually belongs to the whole town.
Yeah.
The only thing makes me mad is that everybody's getting such selfish ideas on how to spend it.
Selfish?
Oh, my, yeah. For instance, Mr. Macmillan wants to put new gravel on all the roads around here.
New gravel?
Yes, sir. Of course, that's just because he's got the gravel pit.
Oh, why, sure. That's all he wants that for.
And Caleb Whelan wants to put in a horse racing track.
Horse racing?
I know he's just thinking about getting more business for his blacksmith shop.
Why, sure. That's the only reason he done it.
Tell him about your idea, Abner.
Hush up, Grandpa.
Just a minute here. Is there still something you ain't told me, Abner?
No, honest, it ain't, Lum. It's just that... Wait a minute. I believe that was our ring. More than likely old man Quincy calling up again.
Has he been calling up?
Oh, been calling all morning long. The phone just ringing off the wall.
For goodness sake. Wait a minute. I'll take care of it.
Oh, I wish you would. A feller can't sit down and rest himself without that old man calling up.
I was just talking to Dick Huddleston. Dick says old man Quincy couldn't lawsuit us for not putting up that bridge no way.
He couldn't? Well, what about all that legal stuff that Squire looked up about it?
Oh, well, that was just some prattle he studied up to scare us into turning the money over to us.
Oh, I see.
Hey, just a minute. I'm coming. Hello, Mr. Quincy? No, we ain't started the bridge, and what's more, we ain't going to.
Yeah, tell him, Lon. Tell him to quit.
No, we ain't going to build no bridge. I wish you'd get that straight in your head.
No, sir. No, sir.
Go ahead and lawsuit us. Take it to the Supreme Court. See if we care. Goodbye. I reckon that'll hold him for a while.
Well, I hope so. He's sure been pestering the life out of me today. It's all I did, answer the phone, talk to him.
We're through with that bridge idea, I can tell you that.
Well, I hope so.
Now, if we can get rid of some of these other selfish ideas, we can settle down and do some sensible thinking about how we're going to spend that money.
Yeah, that's what we ought to do. Buy something that'll do Pine Ridge a lot of good.
Well, we'll think of something.
Well, sure.
What we ought to have, Abner, I wanted to talk to you.
We
need something that'll beautify Pine Ridge.
Beautify?
Yeah, like, for instance, a nice big statue in the middle of the main street.
A statue?
Abner, ain't you going to tell them your idea?
Be quiet, Grandpap.
Wait a minute. Exactly what is this big idea, Abner?
Well, Lom, I ain't...
Go on, Abner. Tell him about your alligator farm.
Oh, me.
Alligator farm? For the land's sakes. Abner, you ain't went and bought an alligator farm, have you?
Listen, Lom, just a minute. Grandpap's got this whole...
100,000 alligators the first year. Next year it runs up into the billions. Well, I'll swan to goodness. I can't leave this store 10 minutes without you getting everything all tangled up in some kind of a big mess.
Well, now, wait a minute. Don't start
just
jumping
get us out of one crazy idea about a bridge, and now you got us into something worse.
Well, just a minute. Now, sit back down there, Lom. Let me explain this.
You don't need to explain. I know how you get into these things. You're always doing it. Whereabouts is this alligator farm, and how much did you pay for it?
Mom, this was all Grandpap's idea.
Now, don't put the blame on Grandpap, and don't change the subject. Whereabouts is this farm at?
I tell you, Lom, they ain't no...
He's using my farm for it, Lom. Your farm. That worthless old place of yours over there?
I ain't done it.
No wonder you was encouraging him in this idea. Granny's Grandpap, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed of myself? Why, of course. First, Abner gets some crazy, selfish idea that he wants to raise alligators, and then you're selfish enough to encourage him so he'll buy that worthless old farm of yours. You see here, Lom, now, you can't talk to me that way. I've got some rights. I've never seen two fellas that's more selfish and self-centered in all my life. Throwing the public's money away on something that'll just do theirselves some good. All you think about is yourself.
Bob, just a minute. That's our ring, I believe.
So, more likely old man Quincy again. You answer it this time. I'm surprised that two grown fellers like you could get such selfish ideas.
Hello, Mr. Quincy. We ain't going to build... Oh, excuse me. I thought you was a Mr. Quincy calling.
Who is it, Abner?
What? Yeah, well, he's right here. Just a minute. I don't know nothing about it. I'll ask him. Lum, this is some feller says he's talking to you just a little while ago.
Oh, my goodness. Let me get to the phone.
Well, he said that you was talking to him. Well, he just wanted me to tell you was talking to him about getting a statue of yourself built for the main street here, and he wants to know if you want it with or without a horse.
What that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Hal March, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Freeman Gosden.
And I am Charles Correll.
We just want to tell you how glad we are to be back with you every Sunday evening for another season of Amos and Andy shows.
And we're mighty happy to be here again this year on behalf of our 10,000 sponsors, Rexall druggists everywhere.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, each one of our sponsors is an independent family druggist, your neighbor and mine, and we can truthfully tell you that your Rexall druggist is a good man in your community to know.
And that's why we always call him your friendly Rexall druggist.
Usually, George Kingfish Stevens, his wife Sapphire, and her mother are constantly bickering. But tonight, in the Stevens household, everything is peace and harmony. Sapphire is playing the piano, and she, the Kingfish, and his mother-in-law are spending a pleasant evening singing some of the old favorites.
Oh, you take the high road,
and I'll take the low road,
and I'll be in Scott a lovely boy.
Oh, me and my true love will never meet again. On the funny, funny branch of Lock Road. Hey, Mama, as long as we is going to Scotland, would you mind arriving there on the same key with the rest of us?
Oh, now, look, George, we're just having fun here. Don't criticize.
Oh, why does she have to put that sour finish on everything? Sounds something like somebody putting a bag through a clothes wringer.
George, it's just ridiculous you finding fault with Mama's voice. Why, years ago, she used to make her living with her voice.
I sure did.
Yeah, I remember her back in the old days. Sitting on the tailgate of that wagon hollering, fish, fresh fish. Whatever happened to your fish horn, Mama?
George, I did not sell fish. I had a song and dance act on the stage before I married Sapphire's papa.
Yes, George, Mama was a beautiful dancer.
And I want you to know that I was billed as Ramona the Frivolous Flapper. Stand back, George. I'll show you the step I used to do.
Well, now, take it easy, Mama. You might have been a flapper once, but with that 220 pounds, you was more flabby than you is flappy right now.
Here goes. Charleston, Charleston.
Watch it, Mama, watch it, Mama.
George, Mama knocked herself out. She fell right into the piano.
Yeah, and look at that. She knocked out 10 or 20 keys off the thing. Oh, no, that's her bridge land there. Excuse me. She must have scattered the thing there when she hit her head on the stool.
Oh, George, do something. Do something. Mama, you all right?
Oh, daughter. Oh, it's my back. My sacroiliac. I done slipped that disc again.
Oh, George, it's Mama's back again. Oh, this means another session in the hospital.
Yeah, looks like dry dock for the old windjammer again.
Well, George, thank heavens this time we got that health and accident policy.
Health and accident policy?
Yes, George, the one we took out last summer. The policy you've been keeping up the payments on. I've been giving you the money every month.
Oh, that one, yeah. I've been keeping up the payments on that, ain't I? Every month,
George, please go in the kitchen and get a cold towel for Mama's head.
Yeah, and while I was in there, I'm going to get one for my head, too.
That must have been something last night, Kingfish. Your mom-in-law's back giving out on her like that.
Oh, yeah, and it was something more there. The fellow that come with the ambulance couldn't get up off the floor. He finally had to send over to the zoo for the elephant man.
The elephant man?
Yeah, he was the only one in greater New York that had experience getting anything that big up on his feet.
Yeah, well, tell me this. Just what is this slip disc business that she's got?
Well, the doctor explained it to me, Andy. You see, your backbone ain't all in one piece. He say that it's like a stack of dishes piled up.
And when you get a slipped disc, it's like one of the dishes down at the bottom popping out of the pie. You know what I mean?
You know, maybe I ought to see a doctor. Every once in a while, I get some pain down around the blue plate myself.
Now, like I done told you, and my big problem is I has done let our accident policy lapse up on us. You see, Sapphire been giving me the money to pay the premium, but I done spent the money. Now, that's the truth.
Oh, yeah, well, you was in a mess, all right, Kingfish.
I'll say I is, Ender. I was stone broke. I don't know how I'm going to get my mom-in-law at the hospital when it come time to pay the bill.
Yeah, well, I don't either.
By the way, you got any money in there? You've been doing pretty well with finances lately, ain't you?
Well, I'd like to help you, Kingfish, but right now I'm kind of in between checks.
Between checks?
Yeah, I just spent the last of my unemployment check, and my compensation check from the city don't come in till the first of the month. That's the one they was paying me, you know, for that garbage truck that run over my foot while I was sleeping in the alley.
Nasty accident, wasn't it?
Yeah. Then, of course, I was still waiting for the money from that patent medicine company for that endorsement I give them.
What endorsement is that?
Well, you know, the one where I writ them that I drunk 4 bottles of their medicine and growed a new gallbladder.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have a lot of financial irons in the fire like that, ain't it? But I don't know what I'm going to do. I was trying to rack up my brain here now.
Well, what about your automobile? Did you ever think of selling that?
Yeah, I took it around to that used car dealer, Smile in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
But he told me there ain't much of a market for a 1922 Pierce Arrow with one headlight. On top of that, when I was ready to leave, I couldn't get the thing started. Smile in Sydney charged me $5 to tow the thing off his lot.
Yeah, well, with your mom-in-law in the hospital with a slipped-up disc, why, that's at least going to give you some time to raise the money.
Yeah, that's one thing in my favor, the time, Elephant.
And, of course, you might be lucky and get a break. While she's in the hospital, your mom-in-law might develop pneumonia and kick the bucket.
Yeah, that's no good neither, Andy. You see, 6 months ago, when I was short of money, I done sold the family plot. Oh, I tell you, no matter which way the old lady goes, I was in trouble, Andy. Sapphire, dear, I was home.
Oh, George, I've been waiting for you. I just come from the hospital, and I got wonderful news about Mama.
News? What's up?
Oh, George, the doctor looked at the x-rays this morning. It ain't a slip disc after all. Mama just strained the muscles in her back, and she can leave the hospital tomorrow morning.
What? Now, wait a minute, sir. Now, just a minute.
Yes, George, I want you to go down and pay the bill first thing in the morning so Mama can be discharged. With the x-rays and the specialist that called in, it comes to a little over $100. Ain't we lucky we got that accident policy?
Yeah, we really lucky, all right.
Well, I'm going on in and get supper started.
Oh, me. The old horse is going to get better. I tell you, the next time I get married, I'm going to pick a brittle-boned old lady for a mother-in-law. That's right.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One of the products our customers ask for very often is Rexall aspirin, and I want you to know 3 reasons why. First, there's no faster-acting aspirin made. Second, every tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. Yet the bottle of 100 Rexall aspirin costs you little more than 1/2 cent a tablet. So, never ask for just aspirin. Ask for Rexall aspirin at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
So, Andy, the Kingfisher's mom-in-law is getting out of the hospital today, huh?
Yeah, Amos, that's right. They done found out that there was nothing wrong with her Sacra Cadillac.
Tell me this, how in the world is the Kingfish going to get his mom-in-law out of the hospital if he ain't got no money?
Well, the Kingfish done cooked up a scheme, you see. He's going to give the hospital a check to bail out his mom-in-law.
Yeah, but the Kingfish don't have no bank account.
Yeah, but he's going to give the hospital a check on a Trickfish's bank. I'm going to be down at the lodge hall myself, sitting by the phone to verify the check in case the hospital calls up about it.
Andy, now look here, I'm going to tell you something. You shouldn't be a party to nothing like this. That's dishonest.
Oh, no. The Kingfish figures it'll take some time for the check to bounce, and by then he can raise the money. You see, Amos, the Kingfish ain't doing nothing crooked or telling no lies. He's just rearranging the truth in his favor.
Well, here's the cashier's office. If the hospital here don't take this phony check, I don't know what I'm going to do. I hope I get a happy, pleasant fella here.
Well, a very good morning to you. What can I do for you on this pleasant day?
The regular Arthur Godfrey.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. I'd like to pay my mom-in-law's bill. She's the old hen on the fourth floor that's done sprung a wishbone. Her name is Ramona Smith.
Oh, yes. Yes, she's being discharged this morning.
Right.
I have the bill in the file. I'll be back in a jiffy.
I really got a jolly boy here. Wonder if I ought to raise this check a little bit. That happy chuckle ought to be worth an extra digit or two there. No, I better leave well enough alone here again.
There we are. Here's the bill right here. That'll be $108.36.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got the check already made out here. There he is right there.
Yes. It's dated 108.36. What's this? The Hudson Bay and Sourdough National Bank and Trust Company of Saskatchewan, Canada?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been banking up there for years. Matter of fact, that's my home up there. I was a Canadian.
Oh, you're a Canadian?
Oh, yes, sir. My father was a genuine Canuck, and my mother was a Labrador Retriever, you see. Fine old family, fine family.
Yes, I see. Well, I'm afraid we can't accept this check. We're not allowed to take any checks we can't verify.
Yeah, well, now, that's where I got you, mister. You see, it so happens that this bank of mine got an office right here in New York City. There's the phone number right there on the check. See that?
Well, that's different. I'll call them right away.
Oh, that's a fine bank up there in Canada. The Eskimos swear by it. They make a lot of GI loans on igloos.
Hello, Hudson Bay and Sourdough National Bank and Trust Company of Canada, Harlem Branch. Manager Brown speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Brown? I have a check here I'd like to verify.
Yeah, that check is okay. You can let the old lady go.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brown. I haven't given you the depositor's name yet. How do you know the check is good?
Listen, do you run a hospital over there?
Oh, that's right.
Is I trying to tell you how to take out an appendix?
Well, no.
Well, then don't try to tell me how to run my bank.
Look, Mr. Brown, the check is signed by George Stevens in the amount of $108.36. Is it good?
Yes, it's good. And tell him to get back on over here. I'm getting tired of sitting by this phone.
Is it okay, mister?
Yes, he verified the check. But that is the oddest bank manager I ever talked to.
Well, you see, he used to work at the North Pole branch. And he ain't been down here long enough to let his head thaw out yet. Started braying on him like a popsicle.
Well, here you are, Mr. Stevens. I've receipted your bill. You can take your mother-in-law home now.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
And I'd just like to point out the sign over our desk. You notice we're a member of the Merchants Credit Association. Naturally, if there should be any discrepancies in this check, we'll turn it over to them for action.
Yes, sir. Thank you, mister. And if you should ever be up around Hudson Bay, be sure and drop in. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, Andy. Come about an hour ago, a special delivery registered letter.
Yeah, well, it must be reporting. Why don't you open it?
Well, I was going to, Andy, but something on the envelope done slowed me up here. I noticed it was from a law firm.
A law firm?
Yeah, look at the name of the law firm there. Say, Ironside, Strongheart, and Bull.
That sounds like the type of law firm that runs them weekly excursions to Alcatraz. Open it up, Kingfish.
Well, now, not so fast, Andy. You got to ease a letter like this out of the envelope. You know, you can't jump at nothing like this.
Ease it out, you say?
Yeah, like taking the fuse out of a bomb.
Oh, yeah.
If the thing is going to blow up in your face, it's better if it blows up a little at a time. Let me cut this flap here a little bit, yeah? There. Now, I'll ease it out and take a peek at it, here. Let me see.
What do you see?
My dear sir.
Well, so far so good. Peek in there again.
I see a word. Litigaton. Litigation. You ever heard of that word before, Anna?
Oh, sure, that's nothing. That's a building where the ambassador lives when he's overseas, like the American litigation.
You were thinking of levitation.
Oh, yeah, that's right,
Litigation. I don't know just what it means, Anna, but that word sure got a lot of courthouse syllables in there.
Well, ain't you got no idea what it means?
Well, let's break the thing down here. Now take the first part of the word. Take lit. Lit is the past tense of light.
Yeah, I get it now, It means somebody going to light out after you.
And I'm going to take another peek at this letter here. Wait a minute, I got to focus on the words here. Felony. Felony.
What does that mean?
And that is Latin for up the creek. Let me get this letter out here and see what I got in here.
Yeah, read the whole thing there. Go ahead.
Let me see here. Dear sir, letter return, lawsuit, committed felony, and will turn over to the police. Oh, me, Andy. The hospital done got my check back already. A man from the law firm is going to be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He said if I don't have the money, they're going to turn the whole matter over to the police.
Yeah, well, what you going to do, Kingfish?
Well, I don't know, but if I don't do something, I'm going to end up with an outside room at that Iron Waldorf up the Hudson. That's what's going to happen.
Well, if it isn't Harlow Wilcox. And how are you this new season?
Fine, Mr. Rexall Druggist. I was just going to tell everyone about Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll.
Oh, yes, indeed. The mouthwash that works three ways. It cleans as it sweetens, as it deodorizes.
That's right. You see, Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll has the natural breath freshener.
Indeed, it does. It has chlorophyll, and that's not all. It has a foaming action that floats away food particles.
Yes, friends, and a special ingredient.
Oh, yes. A special ingredient that assures greater dispersion in the mouth and deeper penetration. Isn't that correct, Harlow?
Well, that's what I was about to say.
And you said it very well indeed. I'm sure many customers will be asking for Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll. At Rexall drug stores, everywhere.
Well, I done called my lawyer, Algonquin J. Calhoun, to come over here 2 hours ago. Oh, I hope he come up with some way to get out of this mess. After all,
How you, Kingfish?
Well, Algonquin J. Calhoun, what took you so long to get over here?
Oh, I stopped over by the United Nations building. You see, I read in the magazine that Wyszynski done bought himself a new American suit, and I dropped over there to see how he looked.
Yeah, I heard about that new suit.
Yeah, when I got there, he was standing up in front of the assembly, waving his hands and just shouting and going crazy and everything. I never seen a man that mad. He stood up there and he said, Pravnikov, oh, Chichonia, Pastavovich, Samovich, and that's Guznia. I asked the translator what that meant.
What do it mean?
Sam, you made the pants too long.
Well, never mind that, Calhoun. Did you figure some way out of this bum check mess that I in?
Well, now, Kingfish is going to tell you something. With that Ironside, Strongheart, and Bull after you, there's only one thing for you to do, and that's to go in hiding until this whole thing blows over.
Yeah, go into hiding. You was right, Calhoun. I gonna pack my stuff up here, and I gonna move up to Anders for a while till I can figure a way out of this mess.
Yeah, well, you better act fast, because if this your lawyer ever catches up with you, you is a dead pigeon.
Well, tell me this. Couldn't you talk to this lawyer for me, Calhoun?
Well, now, I'd like to you, but I got to go up and see my cousin, Murgatroyd.
Oh, Murgatroyd, the bebop hipster, huh?
Yeah.
Is he in town again?
Oh, man, yeah.
Yeah.
Him and his band been here for about a week, old Murgatroyd. You know, there was a lot of excitement over this place the other day. One of the most ferocious lions they ever had in captivity done escaped from the zoo around the corner, and they was looking for him all night long. And in the morning, when the landlord went up to wake up Murgatroyd, there was the lion sitting in a chair right by his bed.
Holy mackerel, right in the room with Murgatroyd?
Yeah. So the landlord called the policeman, and they called the keepers up there, and it took 8 of them to get that wild animal out of his room.
Yeah, well, what was Murgatroyd doing?
Sleeping.
Sleeping, huh?
Yeah, one of the policemen finally shook that crazy bobster and woke him up. Then the policeman said to him, he said, Murgatroyd, how in the world did that lion get in your room?
Well, what did Murgatroyd say?
He said, search me. He was sitting there when I went to bed.
Let me get my bag packed here and get out of this lodge hall. Calhoun is right. I gotta go into hiding till I can raise that money. Oh, what a mess. If them lawyers ever... Oh, that must be Andy. I asked him to come over here and help me with the bag. Come in.
Excuse me. I'd like to know the whereabouts of George Kingfish Stevens.
You say you would like to know the whereabouts of whom?
Look, I'm from the law offices of Ironside, Strongheart, and Bull. I understand Stevens is a member of this lodge here.
Yeah, well, yes, he is. But then again, he isn't. What I'm trying to say is, he once was, but he now ain't. That's what I want to tell you.
He resigned?
Yeah, well, on a more or less permanent basis. You see, he fell out of an airplane. That's what he done.
Fell out of an airplane?
Yeah, sir, that's what it done. Fell out of an airplane, yeah.
Now, just a minute. He issued a bad check to a hospital 2 days ago. When did this happen?
Just yesterday. You see, Mr. Stevens was flying out to California on business. And you see, it was his first plane flight. And he got up to wash his hands, and not being familiar with the plane, why, he opened the wrong door by mistake.
Are you on the level here?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. They found him 2 hours later in a cornfield in Iowa. He had a cake of Life Boy in one hand and a surprised look on his face.
Were the authorities notified?
Oh, sure, yeah. Somebody called the fire department. They give him artificial respiration for 2 hours. Oh, I tell you, that stuff ain't what it's cracked up to be.
Listen, I don't believe a word you've said about this George Kingfish Stevens falling out of a plane. Sounds just like a trumped-up story.
Oh, there's the truth. I tell you, mister.
Hiya, Kingfish.
Oh, me.
I didn't know you had company, Kingfish.
Just a minute. This man called you Kingfish.
Oh, yeah, sir, this man, yeah. Well, you see, this fella here is the late Kingfish's friend. He's so upset about his friend's quick departure of the trip to the great beyond that he ain't recovered from the shock yet, you see. Every place he look, he think he see the Kingfish.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, yeah, oh, it happened to him before. A few years ago, his dog died, and he went around calling everybody Rover. Wednesday afternoon, I went out in the backyard and buried a bone just to please him.
Hey, what is going on around here?
And as you know, some lawyers is looking for our late friend, George Stevens. I was just explaining to the man here that our late friend George Stevens done fell out of the airplane and won't be able to make good on that bum check he give to the hospital. You understand what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh, sure. You think I was a dummy or something? You and this here fella's making up a story to tell the lawyers when they get here.
I thought so. Look, Stevens, I've had enough out of you. Now, you have the money to cover this check, $108.36, in our office by noon today, or we're turning this whole matter over to the police.
Yeah. Now, listen, Andy, you stupid dummy. You done messed up the whole thing. Coming in here calling me Kingfish. Why did you have to call me Kingfish at a time like this?
Well, I am sorry. I won't do it again, Rover. But what are you going to do now?
And I've only got one thing left. You see, we has got a fire and theft policy on all our furniture and possession.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the policy is paid up for 3 years in advance. Now, I'm going to cash in the thing as of now and get enough money to pay off on that bum check.
Well, you think that's a smart thing to do?
That's the only thing, because I got to, Andy. I got to do it. Because if I don't have that money by noon, I just have to play a return engagement in that Iowa cornfield. That's what it'll have to do. Well, I done cashed in the fire and theft policy and paid off the money on that check. My troubles is over. I'll get on back up here to the house now. Holy mackerel. What's that in front of my house? Fire engines. And look at the smoke. Oh, me, what is that going to do? Oh, here comes Mama.
George, I'm so glad you finally got home. Oh, we've had a terrible fire. Where's the policy, George?
Oh, Mama, you mean to say our furniture and all our possessions and everything is burned up?
Oh, no. Me and Sapphire managed to carry everything out before the firemen got here, George.
Well, then what does you want with the fire insurance policy for?
Oh, George, I don't want the fire policy. On the way down the steps, Sapphire fell down and broke her arm. She wants you to come right over to the hospital with the accident policy.
Oh, no.
Since I got rid of all those old skin creams and changed to Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream, I wish you women could see my dressing table.
I wish you women could see her skin.
That golden top jar of all-purpose deep cream simply gleams with beauty.
And her complexion, that glows with beauty, too.
Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is a night cream, a cleansing cream, a throat cream, eye cream.
Yes, one complete cream for sensible modern women. At Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, would you be kind enough to tell him that Amos and Andy sent you? Be sure to listen to our good friend Bing Crosby, who is on tonight. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
For 3 more days, only 3 more days, your Rexall druggist will buy you an extra 12-day supply of Plenamins, Rexall's multivitamins, when you buy your regular package of Plenamins at your Rexall drugstore. Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Mary Lee Robb, Ann Whitfield, Georgine Price, Gail Gordon, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie.
And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Good to the last drop.
Well, every now and then, Gracie gets the morning paper before George does. And then George is treated to an interpretation of current events that shouldn't happen to Drew Pearson. As we join the Burnses now, Gracie is reading and commenting on the news.
See, look at this headline, George. It says that in West Virginia, 4 men held up a train. Oh, they must have been strong.
Gracie.
Those trains are very heavy.
Yes. They're hard to lift.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, listen to this. Alaska is going to become a state. And it says it'll be the biggest state in the Union.
That's right. Alaska's even bigger than Texas.
Wow.
Yeah. When she comes in, we'll have 49 states.
No, Judge, we'll still have 48.
How come?
If Alaska is bigger, Texas will quit.
You could be right, you know.
Oh, now here's something I don't believe. It says the Girl Scouts are celebrating their 37th birthday this week.
You can believe that, Gracie. That's true.
Really?
Sure.
Well, they certainly must teach those girls to take care of themselves. You know, I've yet to see a Girl Scout who looks 37.
Gracie.
I think I'll join and learn how they do it.
Look, the organization is 37 years old, not the girls. In fact, it's too late for you to join. They only take girls from 7 to 18.
Oh, darn, it's missed it by a year.
Yes, by a full year, yeah.
See, maybe they'd let me join if I... Oh, no. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't do what?
Lie about my age.
No. How old do you claim to be?
19.
19, yes. And how many years have we been married?
15.
15. Now, do you think people are going to believe that I married you when you were 4?
Oh, yeah, I see
Yes,
your
you gotta
point.
think.
Well, I'll have to stop claiming I'm 19.
Certainly. How old are you?
20.
20.
Say, wait a minute. Maybe I could join the Girl Scouts as a leader. This article says that they need women to lead and train the girls.
You don't know anything about that.
I know all about it. I used to be one.
A scout?
No, a girl.
Oh, yes. Well, look, Gracie, personally, I think associating with the Girl Scouts would do you a world of good. But you're no leader.
I'm a natural-born leader. Why, in school, I never sat with other children. The teacher always put me up front of the class.
Did you have a pointed hat that you had to wear?
You heard about me?
Yeah. Your fame spread.
Yes. You know, I've been a leader ever since I was just a little white-haired schoolgirl.
Your hair was white when you went to school?
Uh-huh. The teacher used to clean the blackboard erasers by beating them on my head.
That accounts for a few things. Now, forget about Girl Scouts. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I have an appointment to buy some life insurance.
Another life insurance policy? Well, they haven't paid off your old one yet.
Look, you can't collect insurance until I'm dead. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, give me a kiss before you go.
Okay.
I think I can collect that insurance.
Stop there. Goodbye, dear.
Well, I'll call Girl Scout headquarters and tell them I'm ready to be a leader.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
We 3 girls have been sent here by Scout headquarters to accept your application to become a leader. I'm Bernice Carolyn Gallagher.
I'm Peggy Martin.
I'm Lil.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. How old are you?
Well, I'll be 16 on my next birthday, which comes in October.
I was 12 last month.
I'm 8.
Well, come in, girls. I'll bet being scouts is lots of fun.
Yes, and it teaches us how to become good and useful citizens.
Yes, we're only girls today, but we'll be wives and mothers tomorrow. Oh, I'd wait longer than that. What's this book you have?
It's the Girl Scout Handbook, which contains the information you'll need in order to pass your test and become a Girl Scout leader.
There's all kinds of things in this official handbook.
It's for nuts.
Well, let me see it. My, it does have a lot of things. Homemaking, health and safety,
Nature study, signaling. What kind of signaling? Well, did you ever see a wigwag? Oh, sure, every time Jack Benny shakes his head. You say some funny things, Mrs. Burns. Oh, later, Bernice. Right now, I want to look through the book. I hope I can pass the test and become a Girl Scout leader. Oh, we'll be glad to help you in any way we can, Mrs. Burns. You're so much fun that we'd love to have you for a leader.
Yes, you're one of the nicest ladies we've ever met.
You're solid. Well, thank you. I've been exercising. Well, I'd love to have you help me. How about starting with first aid? All right. It'd be a lot easier if we had somebody to practice on.
Somebody who'd let us bandage them.
A sucker. Oh, say, a car just drove up in front. Maybe... Oh, gracious, look at that poor man who got out. He needs first aid.
He must have been in an accident.
He's a mess. That's my husband. Well, he always looks like that. Oh, he's a very interesting-looking man, Mrs. Burns. You can see he has a lot of charm and character.
Yes, he looks like he has a wonderful personality.
I still say he's a mess. Well, now, look, maybe you girls are looking at the man who's driving the car. That's Bill Goodwin. He's not as attractive as my husband. Oh, Mr. Goodwin seems to be a fine-looking gentleman.
Yes, he looks very nice.
Are you sure she's only 8? Burns. Well, now, girls, when my husband comes in, we'll practice our first aid on him. I'll go get the bandages and things ready.
Should we put him on a stretcher?
No, let's just bandage him. It's too late to make him taller.
Well, I'll see you later, Bill. Thanks for driving me home.
Well, that's okay, George. How about some golf this afternoon?
Can't make it today. I've applied for some new insurance, and the doctor's going to drop over and take a look at me.
You got that backwards, George. He'll take a look at you and then drop over.
Always a comedian, huh, Willie?
Well, I'm practicing for summer replacement.
Summer replacement, huh?
Yeah. Say, George, what kind of insurance you taking out?
Well, I've got a great little thing, Bill. If I don't work, it pays me every week.
I know about Gracie. What kind of insurance you taking out?
The summer is a long way off, you know. Maybe it'll do better on your own show, Bill. It's a combination life and accident policy. The way Gracie keeps house, I'm liable to trip over something and hurt myself.
Yeah, well, I guess she is a little careless about home safety.
Well, the slogan of the National Safety Council is "Don't fear Gracie."
But, George, suppose you did fall and bump your head or cut your face. A few bandages wouldn't keep you from working on the radio.
But, Bill, there's television. How would I look on television with bandages hiding my face?
You want to withdraw that question, George?
That belongs to the summer routine.
Yes.
Yes, I'll withdraw it. I'll also withdraw into the house. See you later, Willie.
So long, George.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Say, where are the kids?
Well, these are some lovely Girl Scouts who want me to be their leader. Girls, this is my husband. Hello, Mr. Burns.
Hello, girls. Do you still think that you can become a Girl Scout leader?
Well, yes, and you're just in time to help. They're going to teach me first aid, and we'll practice on you.
Wait a minute, just a minute.
Oh, now, you can't refuse the Girl Scouts a favor, George. Think of the times they helped you across the street.
Well, I guess it would be a good idea for you to learn first aid, Gracie. Okay.
Good. Now lie down, Mr. Burns, and pretend that you're unconscious. He's been hit by a truck, Mrs. Burns, and he's covered with cuts and bruises.
He's also got a few sprains and fractures.
Like I said before, he's a mess. Oh, all right. Now, what do I do first? Well, see that he's lying in the proper position. Make sure that his head is level. Oh, it's very level. Almost flat.
I think you're pretty, too.
No. Quiet, George. You're unconscious.
Oh, I forgot, yes.
Now, let's say Mr. Burns has a broken arm. You take this large piece of cloth and fold it so that it has 3 corners, like this. Now, do you know what to do with it? Well, yes, but isn't George a little old for that?
It's a sling.
George, how can you talk when you're unconscious?
You should know you've been doing it for years. Now get on with the bandaging.
There, now I've used up all the tape in the gauze. Well, girls, how does my patient look?
Like a mummy. Yes, Mrs. Burns, I'm afraid you've overdone it a little. He can't move. I don't think he can even breathe.
Yeah, you gotta take the finger off. I can't move.
Why did you put the bandage across his mouth?
Well, it says right in your handbook that an injured man should be kept quiet. That's the only way I could do it.
Yeah, well, I can't move. You gotta cut it off.
Gee, I hope I'll pass my first aid test. Oh, hey, excuse me, girls. There's someone at the front door.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Redler. The Fidelity Insurance Company asked me to drop by and see Mr. Burns.
Oh, my goodness, Doctor. You must be having a hard time if you have to sell insurance on the side.
I'm not selling any insurance.
Oh. Can't make a go of that either, huh?
Mrs. Burns, I am here for one purpose only.
No, but look, I'll make a bargain with you, Doctor. If you pass on my first aid test, I'll talk my husband into buying your insurance.
If you'll only let me explain why I
Now,
came
come on, Doctor. Come in and examine my husband.
We're there. I don't know how we got there, but we're there. I would love to examine your husband.
Oh, good. Now, step right this way. George, dear, this is Dr. Redler from the Fidelity Insurance Company. He's going to examine you.
Oh, wait a minute. Stop. What happened to him?
Well, we imagined he was hit by a truck, so I bandaged him up.
Well, trying to take out accident insurance after the accident, eh, Burns?
Oh, he really hasn't been in an accident, Doctor. No, those bandages are only make-believe. They're phony.
So that's it. He's trying to collect on a fake claim. Well, thanks to these Girl Scouts, your fraud was detected. Burns, after I report this, no insurance company in America will issue you a policy. A good day.
Well, George, I guess I passed the first aid test. My bandages fooled the doctor. Oh, look, girls, he's happy for me. Happy? Yes, he can't applaud or whistle, so he's pounding his head on the floor.
Of Lilac Time, a welcome musical promise of spring. Yes, and a number that's just as popular today as when it was written over 20 years ago. Why such lasting popularity? Because, like all great music, this delightful song combines not one, but many fine musical parts. Show you what we mean. Here's another ever-popular song in a seasonal mood. But see if you can recognize it from just this mellow harmony. Now we'll add the rich counter melody. We still need that vigorous rhythm. And to round out this great song, let's add the melody. You see how it takes not just one, but many musical parts, all skillfully blended together to bring you this rich, ever-popular orchestration of Button Up Your Overcoat. And friends, it takes this same skill in blending to bring you the rich, heartwarming flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, superb Maxwell House coffee. Yes, there's a good reason why, on these blustery March mornings, you find so much extra enjoyment in that delicious, good-to-the-last-drop flavor of Maxwell House. You see, to create this famous flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choicest varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Now, first they select fine Manizales coffees for mellowness. For extra richness, they add Medellin. Other choice coffees give the Maxwell House blend vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas coffees contribute their fine, full body. All perfectly blended into one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum packed, not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So, friends, why settle for anything but the best? Enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, delicious Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
And that's the honest-to-goodness truth, Dr. Redler. I bandaged George up like that to practice Girl Scout first aid.
I see.
And the minute I got him unwrapped, he sent me right over here to your office to explain things. Now, can he have the insurance?
Well, I'll still have to examine him before I decide that.
Oh, well, don't bother, Doctor. He's very healthy. A mass of muscle. Of course, he does have a few teeth marks on him.
Teeth marks?
Well, the neighbor's dog jumped on him and knocked him down.
Vicious dog.
The meanest chihuahua I ever saw.
Perhaps the dog had hydrophobia.
Well, he didn't get it from George. He's very healthy. How about it, Doctor? Will you give him the insurance?
Mrs. Burns, there are certain things I must check. For example, his weight.
Oh, well, I can tell you that. He weighs 150 strips. Of course, that's just hearsay. I'm very bashful. Will you let him have the insurance?
Well, there are other things. I must make examinations of his heart, his kidneys, his lungs, and his liver, and send them to the insurance company.
Well, won't that leave George awfully vacant?
I send the examinations, not the organs themselves.
Oh.
Then I'll have to make a blood count. Do you know what type of blood he has?
Yes, it's sort of reddish.
I meant type A or type B. Has he ever given any transfusion?
Oh, sure. He's made a dozen trips to the blood bank to give a pint of blood.
Really?
Yeah. Really? One more trip and they'll have the pint.
I think I'd better examine your husband. I'll try to drop by your house this evening on my way home.
You're wasting time, Doctor. He's in a pink. Healthy as a bull.
Well, I'll decide that, Mrs. Burns. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an operation to perform at the Cedars.
The Cedars? Oh, you're a tree surgeon, too. Well, goodbye and happy pruning. Well, I fixed everything up, George. You'll get the insurance all right.
Oh, good.
And now I must get back to my Girl Scout work.
Gracie, leave the Girl Scouts alone. They've been doing fine for 37 years.
Why should I leave them alone?
They'd like to try for 38.
But, George, they need leaders. I must heed the call of duty, just as women have always done in time of need.
You see.
Did Joan of Arc hesitate? No, she got busy and built it.
Built what?
The ark.
Gracie, a man built the ark.
Oh, go on. The person who built the ark was a woman.
Noah?
How could I know her? She's been dead for years.
That'd be nice on Bill Summer Show.
And just look through the pages of history. Whenever the world has needed something, it's always been a woman who stepped forward. It was even a woman who invented liquor.
What woman?
Mary, Queen of Scotch.
I suppose some other woman invented beer.
No, but if it weren't for a woman, you'd have nothing to drink it out of.
Don't tell me Gertrude Stein. Yeah. That's coming.
So you see, George, I'm heeding the call of duty.
Yes.
The Girl Scouts need me. And as soon as Bernice and Peggy and Lil come back, I'm going to take them for a hike in the woods.
Wait a minute. You can't take those children on a hike.
Why not?
You get lost when you go to the market.
Well, don't worry. I won't take them to the market.
Gracie, you don't know anything about the woods. I'll bet that you couldn't tell rabbit tracks from bear tracks.
Oh, George, don't be silly. Animals don't run on tracks.
Look, I can't let you get lost with those girls. I better go along and help you.
We're old enough to get lost by ourselves.
Yes, that's good. Come in.
Here we are, Mrs. Burns, all ready to begin our expedition into the forest. Yes, we're anxious to get started. Let's hit the road.
Look, girls, I can't let you go into the woods alone.
My husband thinks he better go along, girls.
I insist on it. And if I don't go, Gracie doesn't go.
Let's have a conference, girls. We've decided that it would be a great pleasure to have you accompany us, Mr. Burns. Yes, we'd love to have you. We're hooked.
Very well, I'll go get my book. Come in.
Well, hi, Burnsers. Say, why the Girl Scouts?
Well, I'm training to be their leader, Bill. This is Bernice, Peggy, and Lil. Girls, you remember Bill Goodwin? Oh, yes. Mrs. Burns pointed you out to us. How do you do? It's a pleasure to meet you. Hubba, hubba.
Well, hello, girl. Gracie's taking them for a hike in the woods, Bill, and I'm going along for protection.
Good idea, George. If they leave you here, something might happen to you.
Some more summer stuff, I guess. Bill.
Yes.
I'm going to protect them.
You?
Yes.
Yeah, he can do it, Bill. He's a regular Daniel Goon.
Daniel Boone.
No, I like it her way better.
Oh.
When George was a boy, he practically lived in the woods.
Gracie, when George was a boy, everybody lived in the woods.
Listen, Bill, without me, they'd get lost. They wouldn't know which direction to go.
Well, they would if they took along Maxwell House coffee.
Huh?
There are directions on every can.
Oh, no.
Yes, it tells you how to make perfect coffee. Rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee. The most popular coffee in America.
Gee, when Mr. Goodwin talks about Maxwell House coffee with that beautiful romantic voice of his, it's thrilling.
Maxwell House is a combination of choice Latin American coffee.
What a speaker.
Expertly blended and radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection.
What a personality.
Always good to the last drop.
What a ham.
Bill, we love Maxwell House coffee, but it won't keep us from getting lost in the woods.
Well, maybe not, but it'll make your stay there awfully pleasant.
I see.
Well, I'm not afraid of getting lost. The only thing that'd scare me is if we met a wolf. Yes, wolves are terrible. I hate wolves.
Well, I guess I know when I'm not wanted. Goodbye.
Well, let's get started on the hike, girls.
How far do you think we've gone, Mr. Burns?
About 8 miles, Bernice.
8 miles. And look at George. He's as fresh as when we left home.
Sure.
Well, this is far enough. Let's get out of the car and start hiking.
I'll park here. Boy, it's kind of hot here in the woods. Now watch, kids. I'll teach you an old woodsman's trick. You just grab a handful of these green leaves and rub them over your face. It cools you off.
Mr. Burns, you shouldn't do that. It's a mistake. It won't cool you off. It's poison ivy.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, well, not much further to go, girls. Let's jump across this little creek. I'll go first. There. Now you, Bernice. That's fine. Peggy. Atta girl. Come on, Lil. Good. Now you, George. Don't sit in the water, dear. You'll frighten the fish. Thank goodness we're almost back to the car. I'm completely exhausted. I'm awfully tired myself. I'm pooped.
Come on, girls. Come on. It's only a little further. What are you dragging for?
Well, George, it's not easy for us to carry you.
Keep moving.
Stop groaning, George. You're safe at home.
Yeah, well, I can't talk.
Well, I had to put the bandage across your face for the poison ivy. Girls, are you almost through?
Yes, Mrs. Burns. I put both of his arms in slings to relieve his sprained wrist.
I taped up the Charlie horse in his leg. I bandaged his chest. Well, you're the smallest, so you get the smallest job.
Gee, he looks like a mummy again. Come in.
Well, here I am, Mrs. Burns, ready to examine that healthy husband of yours.
I've got a whole trouble.
Still practicing first aid on him, eh? Well, I'll just take this bandage off his face so that I can see how he... Good heavens! He looks like he's got smallpox.
Well, you see what happened?
Burns, you conniving scoundrel! Not only will I refuse you insurance, but I'll have this house quarantined. Good day!
Gracie.
Quick, girls, put the bandage over his mouth again. Oh, what he's about to say, no Girl Scout should hear.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest star will be that glamorous lady of the movies, Marlena Dietrich.
Marlena Dietrich. She's the woman with the beautiful legs.
That's the woman, yep.
Well, then I better save this bandage I had for your mouth.
Why?
Well, next week I'll put it over your eyes. And now, if I may be serious for a moment, there are thousands of girls all over the country who are waiting to join the Girl Scouts. But they can't because there aren't enough leaders. Call your local council and wish the Girl Scouts happy birthday by becoming a Girl Scout volunteer.
Nice going, Gracie. Good night, everybody.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And
so easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when Marlena Dietrich will be our guest, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
The preceding program was transcribed. And now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting